exchange, and yet, looking at the way that they'll play things out today, I'm curious how their playstyle will adapt into the international stage, because they rely on a lot more of an anchor sort of fighting style. They use MT as a way to back up the other two members. Well, that can be something that other teams have used in the past. We've actually seen FaZe do it previously, using Frex as that anchor. The fact that you have your IGL playing anchor is a very different style than we see from a lot of other teams, and I'm really curious how MT is going to be able to IGL effectively from that position.
It actually reminds me a little bit of what we've seen Vexed do, and what we've even sometimes seen Alliance do. They're not in this group right now, but Hockey's at times has played more of the Newcastle role. He's played more of these anchor roles in terms of a less aggressive style character. But you've also seen him flip the switch and go onto the Ashes, go on to Raids, go on to something that he can scout actively from. And that's kind of two sides of thought in Apex. Do you want, as an IGL, to be doing the move and having your team follow, to scout, have your team back you up, or do you want to have the general's perspective, the POV of what everyone else is doing, and send your troops out into the battle, send the gunners out, the fraggers out, tell them how to micro while you stay back safe, able to adjust?
And this was something that in North America, Phony became really good at. As soon as Seer really started coming up and IGLs were like, oh, I want to play this Legend, I get so much information for free. And he picked that up and was able to really effectively communicate to his squad exactly what he needed. With the way that Seer has changed, I know that FaZe as a whole are trying to move back into that old but gold style where they use Frex as the anchor, where they play their own game, and yet with the changes to Seer, I don't know how that'll look for them at international play.
Seer, for those who do not know, still a big part of Apex Legends competitive, but not in the same way. His kit has changed. They've had a recent adjustment, and Seer no longer cancels shield batteries and heals. It no longer cancels revives. You can still get those off now. What it will do is silence you, and not just for 5 seconds, not for 7, not for 9, for 10 seconds. You will be silenced, and you will be slowed for about 2.5 seconds as well, meaning that your kit is gone. So what used to be a waiting game, Dia, in terms of I'll let that enemy Seer throw their exhibit down, use their focus of attention, then I'll use mine and my information will last longer. Now it's a race. Now if you can get that focus of attention off, that Seer now loses 2 abilities and your team can push quickly, so it's really changed the pace of these in-game fights.
And especially because the pace of the Seer tactical has picked up, you can hit more people more easily. You can take one Seer out and say, okay, you don't have 2 abilities on your team to use. That's, you know, maybe it's doable. You hit 2 people, that fight is over, especially with the slow that comes alongside that. Seer is much more of a, I've hit you, now I swing and kill you button than they were previously.
Always a dangerous thing as well. Again, those watching at home, those watching in the stands, we appreciate your patience. We're getting the server back and forth. A lot of people, you know, thought maybe we just paused the game here and just wanted to talk a little bit.
I mean, I love talking to you, so.
Shoot, I mean, you got us, guys.
Are we not doing this till 10 p.m.?
I thought T and I were just doing a 2-man show up here. No, the players will be getting involved. Do not worry. There's a great team getting this sorted, as well as these players getting ready to go. We want the optimal situations for them to compete. This LAN is important. In many ways, Dia, I know you've got something to say quickly. This is a LAN that, for the first time, in terms of everyone representing, when it comes to Alliance finally having effect, when it comes to Aurora having their squad here, except, well, changes, Mollywan instead of Sunset. We'll talk about that.
Maybe not the squad they expected.
Not the squad they expected, maybe the squad they need. Ooh, no, watch out for that. Fire Beavers here, the 2 top teams from Europe in Split 1 that couldn't make it. It feels like now, if you win this LAN, you can say we are the best in the world in Apex, undoubtedly.
Yes, absolutely, and that's the nice thing that with the bookmarks on international play, is being able to mark yourself as, at this moment, we are the greatest team. And now as when teams get to perhaps find out what it's going to take to get there.
And the crowd in London lets you know they're excited, so are we, as we head into game number 1, match 1 of our Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 playoffs here in the Copper Box Arena. Dia, always a pleasure, my friend. Let's get to it.
I think Mill, baby.
I think we talked enough. It's time to see the players take flight. And by flight, I mean down from the dropship and onto the landing zones here where they have claimed. Will they stay claimed? That's what we're about to find out. We mentioned that the fight at Mill could be occurring, Dia. As we take a look at the map, what stands out here? Where are we looking?
Well, mostly it's standing out that the fight at Mill isn't really happening, nor is Thunderwatch and Stormcatcher, where teams have chosen to go their separate ways. Fury is still going to be claiming Lightning Rod, as well as the no-name village just over to the south, but no early blood.
You can see this is Noctum already in the mix of a fight, and this is that Mill engagement. 3MZ, goes down. And that's KCP and Zane and Nasky and Serdell looking to take down Roy. Maybe he can get away. Not the start Dreamfire wanted, but these are the things that can happen when you contest. So the Mill early on goes the way of Pioneers, 2KP to KCP.
That's exactly what they were hoping for. However, over in Barometer, we've suffered some losses as well. It's a change up from Noctem, taking them out of Fish Farms where they would have been contesting up against LG and putting them straight in the center of Barometer.
Pioneers, a team we had mentioned at the outset, coming in now with a full squad almost for the first time. It had been questions of if Max Strafey could join them. That question was one they stopped trying to answer. And when they found Zane, it felt like it was the piece they had finally been waiting for at LAN. I know Nasky feels this is his time. We'll see if he can put the pieces together, though, in the right order. Sometimes an early start like this gives you that momentum, Dia, that you're looking for, especially with a squad showing up for the first time at LAN.
It does, and having the first point on the board is going to be really important. It's nice to note that Mill also comes with a crafter and a ring console, but in this composition, you'll notice that Pioneers have actually given up the opportunity to scan for the next ring, something that we weren't seeing in Split 2. They've foregone the Catalyst and opted into the Bangalore for that aggressive play and that contest off drop.
We are seeing that a little bit more. Stormpoint has always been the map that Bangalore, like you mentioned, can come in and do very, very well. We've seen that experimented on in previous years. In this split, and in this year specifically for the ALGS, it's been a mainstay. And so is this weapon right now, the Prowler, the SMG that you will see in the hands of most pros, Dia. It has been so effective in range. 5 full 5 burst rounds at base. And of course, every mag that you upgrade from Blue to Epic, you will add another shot of that 5 burst. So ultimately 35 bullets in there. It will be pretty good. We're going to come back for just a moment as we get set. We apologize, but there is going to be another reset right now. And again, as much as it can feel like you do not want it, the boos come through in London.
No. I think Dreamfire fans are cheering. They get another shot.
There was a boo and a cheer.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Dia's hearing from one side of his ears, and that's okay. I'm sure Dreamfire is as well. They're hearing the good news. KCP, on the other hand, hearing the bad news. And that's kind of the, I wouldn't say the drama, but I would say it is one of the stories of this where if we go again, what happens? If KCP loses that, how do they start to look at their start?
And this is a big shift for teams like Noctem, where the camera wasn't on them early, but the fact that they managed to drop in Barometer, take 2 out of Entropic, formerly known as 2R1C, means that now they've lost that element of surprise. Entropic know that they're contesting dropping into this map, and we gotta run this all again.
Listen, Dia, coming from a competitive background myself, and you probably watching as much or more Apex than any human on the planet, you know, like we said earlier, expect the unexpected. Going into a battle royale is one thing, but going into a LAN, it's another thing. Things happen, and you have to be able to adjust. Part of why I focus so much on the mental side of things is because this honestly pisses people off. Yeah. It gets in their head. And the experienced competitors know this is what to expect. Sometimes you have to reset. Sometimes you get a good start and you got to go back and do it again without the lack of surprise. Some of the newer teams, though, they might get flustered. And that's what we're ultimately trying to figure out, who is going to show up and kind of make this moment theirs. It's not easy, but that's the task handed to them at this LAN.
And this is why having a solid off-drop strategy when you are contested matters so much. Yeah. We saw KCP go for that for the far flight to get a little bit more equipment before they had to engage in the fight with Dreamfire, and it worked out really well for them. They've been actually scrimming this contest for days now. Dreamfire know what's coming for them. We're going to be running this again and again and again, because having talked to Nasky just yesterday, I think he said that there was a snowball's chance that they were giving up.
Listen, Dia, if we ever need to start a podcast, I know we'll be able to do it.
This is the first episode.
Yeah, this is the first episode. We'll be right back. We're going to get this sorted out. Make sure when we come back, we are ready to play some Apex. We appreciate your patience. We will see you very, very soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 playoffs. We are moments away from getting into our first match of the day, just getting a few last-minute things figured out. So we decided we would bring Blaze up onto the desk to hang out with us because we didn't get a chance to talk to you after your phenomenal opening of the show.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'm happy to be up here on the desk with all you amazing talent up here. Okay, it's been a while. High five to you.
Yep.
But when it came down to kicking off this show, shout out to the crowd out here, all right? Because there were so many awesome fans who came into the venue early with their signs, ready to have a good time. Okay, so I'm ecstatic. The venue's atmosphere is there, and once we get into these games, we're gonna be just rolling all weekend.
I mean, people have electronic signs that we saw before. It's
the Dreamfire signs are sick out there. I got to be honest with you.
All right, now let's talk a little bit because we got a chance to obviously hear from Gino and Tiff before when we were talking about our teams to watch. I want to ask you some teams that you're looking forward to watching compete here this weekend.
Oh man, you know what? So for me, I'm not gonna lie, I'm in a bias. Okay, so you guys can get me on that one later, all right? But for some of the teams that I'm looking forward to, has to be Pioneers, LG. Okay, those are two my squads that I would love to come out here and perform well.
Okay.
Outside of that, I'm thinking TSM. They'll be great as well. But I did get a chance to talk to Nasky earlier, just because the simple fact is that they had never played Dreamfire before when it came down to testing builds. So once we got that kickoff before, they had already got reps in the day before. So it was interesting to see how all that extra time kind of really paid off in that early contest. And when we get that restart, we'll see what Dreamfire is going to do.
We were all talking about before we came in today. We heard Rain and Dia talking about those contests on those drops. I mean, that's something we're definitely paying attention to.
Of course. I mean, run it back, right? I'm ready to see it. And if it didn't turn out favorable for you for the first time, you kind of just can take a breath, take a breather, like we all are, and then we'll witness it again.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it was, I think it was Noctum versus Entropic over at Barometer was one of the contests we were seeing there. It looked like Noctum got run out. They were, I mean, on the map that, shout out to Sven, always helping us out here, NRG's analyst, posting those drop spots. Had them originally going down to fish farms, but it looks like they are going to be contesting Entropic at Barometer. So yeah, obviously with the map restart, they get to have another shot at that. It looks like they got pushed down onto that very southern island. So, Entropic, not quite, clearing the 3v3, but certainly coming out on top there. And then we're talking a bit about that, the Dreamfire coming up against KCP over there at Mill. I mean, Dreamfire is someone we've been watching in APAC South, obviously. This split, we just talked before about them having their full roster back, but it's been interesting because they've had a bit of an identity shift over the last split or two. They were historically this immensely aggressive team, and they've sort of shifted a bit more to, focusing on the macro a little bit and making sure they're getting into the circle as well. But just having a chat to them yesterday, we did hear them, there was just a suggestion that Pete might be going back onto the core stick, and he was playing it way back years ago before anyone was, when they were one of the teams who could make that work. So I'm really excited to see if we get that pick back in action.
Oh, that sounds toxic.
We're going to have to talk to Vicky about that one. I don't think Vicky will be too excited if she sees a Caustic pop up back on this map. How do you feel about bringing Caustic in?
You know what? When it comes down to Caustic, you know what? I don't mind it too much, okay? It's annoying to play against, but, when it comes down to my crypto, okay, I can get in, use my drone a little bit, use that EMP, get through, easy breaks there. But, at the end of the day, Caustic, he provides great content for the ALGS anytime we see him, even if you like him or you don't.
Well, he's definitely better on World's Edge than Storm Point is what I'd say, right? So maybe less likely to see him here on this map. But, when we get down to those late games, he's almost just invaluable. Those really small circles at the end, a caustic a gas grenade will pretty much fill up that entire space.
Now, when we're looking at these groups that we're going to be seeing competing here, as our first match of the day will be groups C versus D. Talk to me about some of these other teams that we're really looking forward to when it comes to their performance, because there were so many squads that we saw on the list, we didn't even have a time to fully break all of them down.
Oh, well, there's plenty we could talk about. Look, I've been watching so much Apex the past couple of months and even then some, but Gombre Otosan, and hey, for you those at home, I worked on my pronunciation, as did all of us, so don't come at me with that. This team, I cannot believe they're still orgless. They should have gotten signed after Split 1 playoffs if I have anything to say about it. Do you remember their gold knockdown play in Split 1 when they had the Newcastle and they were working their way through Storm Point? It was
all my Apex Legends fans, this is the day, bro. We've been waiting for this shit for like a week.
Kills, by the way, coming out of APAC
like 2
North
months.
with
We've been waiting for this for 2 months.
Very consistent, and someone sign him, please.
I mean,
you got to.
They have to.
Okay, the stats speak for themselves right there.
That's what I'm saying. And obviously we're focusing pretty heavily on those APAC teams, so let's also talk about some of these other regions. I mean, I think one of the teams that jumps to mind when we're talking about these two groups, for me at least, is Optic Gaming. I think we should touch on them here just a bit.
Gaming.
Blaze,
oh my god, who's your money on
How are you feeling about Optic?
When it comes
to
Optic Gaming and we see their performance there from their last split there to NA, they are one of the most consistent teams that we have there, especially when it comes down to their average kills per map, okay? Typically in like the top 3, top 5 for mostly all of them. But when it comes down to Optic Gaming, and especially the match point format on Sunday, they just got to stay focused, locked in, and close it out, okay? They're across the pond. We're not going to hear too many Optic Gaming chants here, but we probably still will. But nonetheless, they got a lock.
Look, I'll chant it. Let me just tell you, I've been watching. They don't stream very often when it comes to scrims, but I did tune into a couple times, and honestly, the comms were a little heated, but the moment they resolved that, turned off the stream, dropped an immediate 16 elimination game. So I think they are so crazy good.
Optic might take these.
Yeah, we're talking about the addition, right? They're no longer playing with Duplex. That had already happened. Dropped is on the team. I think he brings an entire another level.
I think he's great, and it's been a really needed change
as soon as
for Optic, right? It feels like this lane could be the redemption for Optic Gaming. That's where I see it. Going back in Sweden, obviously, they were crazy. There was a lot of people saying they were the best team at that tournament when they were just running through people. Had a couple of lands since then. They didn't quite reach that same height. And now I think they've finally worked some stuff out, and it really feels like we might get to see that peak Optic again.
That sounds good.
I mean, I would not be mad about it. Like I said, there's so many teams here that we can chat about. We're going to continue doing that for a little bit while we continue to get match number 1 set up and ready. And one of the teams that I wanted to touch on too, see if we could have a little bit of a discussion about specifically, I'd mentioned them when we were talking about our teams to watch. Ascent. Going up against TSM in that final play for our Split 1 playoffs. I mean, they are someone that I think it was me and maybe Gaskin who would pick them to potentially win the entire thing, and they were this close in that fight. How do we feel like they're going to fare this time around? Tiff, I'll send this one to you first.
Well, we all know Kashera is here on business. That man has been in the gym day in, day out, working on the mental, the physical, the apex,
my guys,
and just
man.
watching
I've been watching
that
so much.
team play. And,
I've been watching so much
post-kill, incredibly
screens,
talented. Him and
like you
Kashera
guys
go
would
way
not
back. But
believe.
Lufka, who had recently been added prior to Split 1 playoffs,
watching
has
so
just been an
much
immense
Apex
fragger for them.
recently because I wanted to have like a good idea of who's going to win. Right now, my money is on TSM. Obviously, everybody has to have their money on TSM. That's 0.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a change up this split, or sorry, maybe even just going from Split 2 into the playoffs, right? Because there has been a big better shift with some of those changes we saw to Seer, especially really shook things up, and the interactions with Catalyst's wall as well. You know, I think it's made how Crypto fits into a comp differently.
Right.
Obviously with Ascend using that previously, that's might change up how, you know, we see them approach this LAN, and that's definitely one of the things I'm going to be looking out for to see if they can adapt to that playstyle, because so many teams relying on the Seer wall and sorry, the Seer ultimate, the exhibit, and the catwalk combo during the split. Everything's changed now. We really had that time between playoffs and the split here. These teams have to work out that new patch. Can Ascend do that? That's the question in my mind.
All right, now I heard Tip, I heard you mention, and I want to ask your opinion on this too, because
I'm sorry if you guys can't see the screen right now. I'm just trying to set up.
As a former pro yourself, Blaze, how important is the mental when it comes to situations like this where you have to keep yourself in the zone?
Yo, it's
not started
super
though.
important
If you can hear the
cases,
audio,
right?
you see
And
the
you know, as you're coming into this event, you're trying to put yourself, especially in scrims, in so many scenarios where it's like, okay, this is going to be tough. Okay, we want to have perfect practice right here. We don't want to just come out here and win scrims. We want to intentionally put ourselves in difficult situations, so in case you face it here on the main stage, that you're able to get up out of this. Now, just walking around the back, seeing the players warm up, even getting at the LAN centers, everyone is extremely focused, okay? They know that this is business. They understand the pressure of the ALGS.
All right, well, we said it was bound to happen soon. Match number 1 ready to go. Randy and Dia, it's back to you.
Let's go.
All right.
Vamos!
You sure?
Vamos.
You sure? Lauren? Okay. All right. She doesn't know.
You.
I trust her, though. We've done a lot of events together. Dia, I'm excited to get back here as well, man. Podcast already got a bunch of offers. We're going to work on that a little bit later, though. The game, the casting, the commentary, why we're here, the ALGS Global Series Split 2 playoffs. Now we begin.
And look at the change. LG end up contesting this time as Noctem swap things up. We haven't got landings over at Mill just yet, but you know, Dreamfire and KCP, will just barely not touch the ground. Mildews!
Almost missed my team.
I said it before. Should I say it? Should I keep saying expect the unexpected?
Expect the unexpected. Expect the unexpected.
Yeah, you know, and ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is what happens. You got to be ready to roll with the punches.
This is it.
And, you know, at least you can look good and dance while the punches are coming, okay? Because that's all we can hope for. Seriously, Dia, this is going to test a lot of players.
Who's your money on? That's why I'm asking people, who's your money on?
We can see the chat right now.
This
is going to test the players.
I'm coming in.
It is.
But
I am like... So, I know that we haven't even gotten the chance to look at the actual contest yet, or whatever is happening, but I am on, like, mini-map gaming right now. Like, just the first drops are so dramatic.
Well,
one day they'll stick.
And again, you start to second-guess yourself in terms of how do we approach this, because you could see that Dreamfire and KCP were going right back to Mill. And I think this goes back to one of the bigger conversations that, yes, we want to see the gameplay, but so many people are just excited to see Apex in this format, not really sure all of the work that goes behind the scenes to establish why they're dropping in these places.
Yeah.
Why on earth would two solid teams be looting the exact same place and going 50-50, or maybe one or the other in terms of getting out? These things all happen well before, and it's pretty much, I mean, how would you put it, Dia? I feel like it's kind of, you know, a big dog trying to bark for their space and claim their territory.
It is, and a big part of this also comes down to teams establishing their playstyle off of a POI.
Yeah.
As an example that I'll pull us over to World's Edge, even though we're not there, it's difficult to play zone from dome. Just thinking about it that way. there are POIs and POIs that have specific kinds of loot that draw people and teams towards those POIs so that they're able to play their best game. If KCP and Dreamfire are contesting at Mill, it's because they believe that's what's going to win them the playoffs, not necessarily what's going to win them this game.
Meanwhile, let's take it up a little bit more north, and we start looking at teams like TSM, and we wonder, how do you feel with a team coming in, having won Split 1 playoffs, going into day one, game one? Is this something that you almost just roll with whatever happens, it's easy, it's light? Or do you want to step into this cementing kind of this air of being a champion, kind of claiming that this is not going to go lightly if you are in the lobby? You are coming to return and defend your throne, and there's no second guessing that.
I think there's room for second guessing, but I also think that that's what the TSM plot armor has taught us.
Okay.
They wouldn't have plot armor if they needed to defend themselves from nothing.
That's true.
And yeah, they'll. I don't expect.
Hope you guys can hear me. Hope my audio is good.
Stellar day one for them. I expect them to be middle of the pack.
Okay.
And
this is it, chat.
We'll see what
this
happens.
Is what we've been waiting for.
Listen, you know, I happened to speak with Hal a little bit earlier this week. I'm not going to say why, but seemed like he was in a good mood, good spirits. Another guy that, you know, you have to look out for, that we saw an image of, but not necessarily have spoken about here, is Furia. His Watson.
Furia!
One of the biggest names in Apex. Their rivalry, Hal and Watson.
Furia is
got
here!
overshadowed by Hal and
I forgot that Furia is here. Furia is actually my favorite team, chat. In fact, my money's on Furia. I'm not even gonna lie. I didn't add them to the poll, but my money's on Furia. It is what it is. I love Furia. Like, you just gotta go with your boy. You just gotta go with your boy. His Watson, man. Zainu.
Consistent viewers across Twitch, blowing these numbers up, and also beating Hal, and Hal tried to catch him in that race. His Watson would not let it happen. Ends up showing up and taking second place at championships after qualifying in the LCQ, which we will have the week after this event ends to qualify for championships again, and some teams will be trying to get into that. But what a story to come in out of nowhere and have this happen, and now the team is put together.
I keep removing my chat. Oh my god, it's my bad. I keep removing the chat.
I think the Seer meta with Bangalore, with Little Horizon, this is what they've made their money with.
It is, and what really stands out about Furia,
I don't know what comp they are going to run. That's the thing. I know Furia, they are going to run Bangalore, they are going to run Catalyst, but I don't know who else they are going to run.
I got the chance to speak to Zera, I think it was just before Split 2 kicked off, and he talked about the way that their IGLing style works, and it's not traditional at all. This is a very democratic squad, and for a team that is making very fast decisions on edge in a high performance level lobbies, that's difficult.
Sorry, chat. I keep deleting the chat accidentally. I'm trying to set a pool.
They whip him out of ranked and they go, you know what? We're just playing a style that nobody else is.
I feel like Hal gave up on a democracy a long time ago. I think he's been trying to be king, and it has worked so far for Reps and Verholz. Let's see if that continues. We'll be right back. We're getting set. We're going into the game in just a moment.
Well, you guys, TSM, alright, I feel you. I can understand putting your money on TSM. I can totally understand putting your money on TSM. I'll put my money on TSM too, because like, they've won 4 times, come on. Woo! It's that day, chat. We've been waiting for this day so long. I'm excited as like, you don't know, I've been looking forward to today for so long, chat. Hey, you guys can still see the poll, yeah? Because I can't see it on my thing. I don't know why. Let me just quickly cross check. I can't see the poll on my thing. Let me just cross check and make sure it's there. They keep getting delays, man. I don't know why. Let me just make sure everything is like super good. They've not started yet. You guys can hear the audio. As soon as they start, I'll be on the shit like ASAP. Okay, you guys can still see the poll. Alright. I promise I won't delete anybody's chat anymore. I keep deleting chat accidentally, but it's all good. How good she here. Alright, let's just stick to the game. While wait for the shit. You're having some technical difficulties for those of you who are just tuning in, but I'm sure they will resolve it soon. We were supposed to start by 10. It's already 1 hour past their starting time, so it's all good. It's all good. But I don't know if you guys have been watching the screams, but if you... What's wrong with my Wi-Fi? Oh, bruh, my Wi-Fi just went. Whoa, what the? Maybe it's not my Wi-Fi. Maybe it's their Wi-Fi. Who knows? I don't even know at this point. If you are new to the stream, guys, remember to drop a like, subscribe to the channel if you want more content like this, because I'm going to be streaming. I'm going to be doing a watch party today. I'm going to be doing watch party tomorrow. I'm going to be doing watch party till Sunday. Sunday is the grand finals for those of you just tuning in, and let's get these dubs, man. I don't know who's gonna win, but I'm excited to find out. I don't know why they decided to use Revenants for this intro, because I know nobody in ALGS is playing Revenants. You don't come to LAN and start playing Revenants, like there's no shots. But I can tell you the legends that are going to be played. Catalyst is going to be the highest pick legend for sure, without a doubt. So Catalyst number 1. After Catalyst, you are going to see Seer, because obviously it's a Seer meta. So Catalyst, Seer, because Catalyst and Seer combo is quite insane. Because once you put down the wall, you put down the Seer exhibit, and you can see them through the wall. So Catalyst, Seer. Then the third legend is where you are going to see a lot of switch ups. You are going to see some teams playing Bangalore. You are going to see some teams playing. So you are going to see teams playing Bangalore. You are going to see teams playing Valk. I don't think we're going to see a lot of Valk today, guys. I'm not going to lie to you. So we're going to see a few Valk. We're going to see, because the redeploy, what they call it, the redeploy thing that you can just use. Because of that literally made Valk ult obsolete. So you're going to see some Valk. Very few Valk, I guess. I'm going to see a lot of Bangalore. Expect a lot of smoke in this gameplay. Then you are going to see a lot of what's the other legend called? Horizon. So you are going to be seeing Horizon. You are going to be seeing Valk as the third legend. But almost everybody's going to play Seer. Like, so that's for sure. Everybody's going to play Seer. Then you're going to see some Bloodhound. The teams that are going to be playing Bloodhound won't be playing Seer, of course. It's like a substitute. So there was a team I was watching earlier. They were playing Bang and Bloodhound. So what they do is that obviously they smoke you, and they use Bloodhound ults, and they use what do you call that legend? What's that legend that makes a shield? That I can't remember the name of the legend that makes a shield. That his ult is like a shield, and his tactical is also a shield. It's like Gibby, but it's not Gibby. I can't remember the name of that guy, but you're gonna be seeing that guy for sure. That's 100%. I can bet money you're gonna be seeing that guy. So, because I'm sure 100 Thieves are gonna play that guy. So it's gonna be a good game. It's gonna be good, chat. It's gonna be good. I can totally, like, it's gonna be good. But if not starting though, we still have some time. We can vibe for a while we're waiting for them to do their thing. You know? Can vibe for a while. While we're waiting, let's just see what's happening. I'm so into this right now. You guys won't believe it. Give me a sec. Get my shit ready. You know how they go for me now. I need to chop. Let me say I feel sure there's a difference. By the way, I'm having food disorder lately. Alright. So hot, man. Look like putting on the shirt. So freaking hot in here. I wonder what's happening, man. Come on, man. They had all yesterday to set up their stream and all that shit, bro. Freak, what's good, bro? Right, these guys are killing my vibe. Oh my god, what's wrong with the team, man? They do this every year. Why can't they just set it up before the team? This was supposed to be. How long has it been? Yeah, like they started like 20 minutes ago, right? But they had the game crashed. I'm guessing some people were lagging and all that shit, so the game crashed. So they are setting it back up, and it probably take a while. Let me not lie to you guys, man. If you want to grab a cup of coffee, you want to grab a drink, you want to do something before, because this is going to be a long stream, so you guys have all the time in the world. This is going to be a freaking long ass stream. Like, this match is going to take nothing less than, I'm thinking, like 12 hours. It will take like 12 hours to finish this. Because they're gonna play two. They're gonna play two separate groups, because there's 4 groups. So they're gonna play group 1 6 games, group 2 6 games. So that's 6 games per group, 20 minutes per game, 25 minutes per game average. So that's it's gonna take a while. I don't even know how to do the math, but I'm just gonna take a while. Because each group has to play each other. So that's 4. No. How do I put it? Group A, Group B, Group A, Group C, and Group A, Group B. So it's going to be like three individual games. Each game taking like 3 hours each, so like 9 hours. So at least 9 hours. It's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while. So like if you have anything you want to do, I think this is the time to do it. If you have like, I think you have like at least 20 minutes to like figure out anything you want to do right now, because they have to start early, because it's gonna be a very long ass day for them. It'll probably take a while. Just you guys just relax, you know, get anything you need to get done. Ooh, I don't know what the You have the graphic for gap 1. I don't know what that means, Master Chief. What does graphic for map 1 for gap 1 mean? Graphics for group 1? Oh no. Like I have the bracket. Oh, you mean like the brackets, the people playing group 1, right? I saw it on YouTube. All right, sure. Let me give you the guys who are playing Group 1. Let me give you the guys who are playing Group 1. I don't think I'm playing Group 1 right now, but let me show you who's gonna play Group 1. I saw it. Give me a sec. I'm just gonna call them out, obviously, because like. Let me see. So, all right, these are the groups, guys. Hope you guys are listening, because this is a very, very long ass thing. So for Group 1, for Group A, we have Alliance, Aurora, Dark Zero, Glitch Energy, Go Next, Living Unwitnessed, Naked, NRG, Onyx Esports, and Realize. That's Group 1. I'm gonna call that again for those of you who missed it. Alliance, Aurora, Dark Zero, Glitch, Go Next, Leave No Witness, Naked, NRG, Onyx Esports, and Realize. That's Group 1. So for Group 2, we have 100 Thieves. I can't really pronounce this guy's names. Jesus, it's so hard. Crazy Raccoon, FS Destroy, Fire Beavers, J-Links, Northern. Most of these guys I'm calling are EU teams. So for those of you who don't watch EU region, you might not know who these guys are right now. But yeah, so we have Oxygen Esports and Exets. Okay, and by the way, oh my god, I forgot to add Exet to the poll. Exet, like I think my money is on Exet to win this, because Fun FPS is so good. I don't know if you, for those of you who don't know Fun FPS, he's literally the best Apex Legends player in my if you were to give me I don't know how to explain it. If you were to give me like say life and death, pick someone who you think is the best Apex Legends player in the world, I am going to pick Exet. Fun FPS. Aren't EU teams usually weaker than NA teams? Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. I think NA is the stronger region. So we have I think Dark Zero is in group. Let me see. Chill. Where's Dark Zero? Dark Zero is not in. Okay, yeah, Dark Zero is in group 1. Yeah. Group 1 is crazy. TSM is in group 3. So I think group 3 is crazy too, because like we have Vexed in group 3, we have TSM in group 3, we have Optic in group 3, we have Ascend in group 3. For those of you who don't know what Ascend is, they took second last split. They take second. They took second in the final game. I don't know what they took overall, but they took second in the final game where they lost to TSM in the 3v3. So I know for a fact that Ascend is gonna be super crazy with the thing. So like you can always bet on Ascend to get to end game, because
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I know it is a little late, but we have some action here over at Mill. Dia, break this down. It's not Dreamfire and KCP. Noctum has gotten in the mix.
Noctum, baby, haven't made their way over to Mill. They couldn't decide where they wanted to land, but they picked the most deadly spot on the map.
And now we've got Noctum, we've got Zane, Dell, and Nasky. They look pretty healthy there as well, and we've also got Dreamfire, who has been displaced.
All right, there's one player dead already.
Ride. Everyone is
welcome
back. We are excited to be here. Finally, these games have gone on, and it seems like this one's going to continue. Fingers crossed. But we are here nonetheless to watch this action at Mill that has caught our attention at the beginning. And this is going to be something we see most likely for the next 3 games, Dia.
It is, and honestly, there's no way to predict what's going to happen for Pioneers here for Noctum as this fight continues, but we know that Dreamfire, having moved up to the north, are going to be facing off against Optic, so we may get 2 fights for the price of 1.
Noctum holding high ground, Nelas on the horizon as well.
Well, I know these guys. They usually play Blowdown. Why do they not play Blowdown?
Down, indeed, but these angles are
so usually play Blowdown. They play Blowdown, Bangalore, and I can't remember the last legend's name. I know the legend, but I can't
trying to get aggressive there. Seer thought about it, focus of attention lined up.
Newcastle, they play Newcastle, yeah.
It's a nice patience from them. That is so good, though. A 10-second silence onto triple members, but worse still goes down. Dell is a monster, and Nelas is left golden against 3.
That's sad. That's sad. KCP, oh nice.
Just like that.
Nice. That's Zane's team. Nice. Zane is crazy. Zane is a controller player, by the way. For those of you who don't know who Zane is, he's an EU controller player. He's like one of
room to go around.
The triple swing looked good. That silence was excellent.
He shot his body.
Pioneers with a bit of a shield dip, a bit of a gameplay dip at the end, are able to use the head to their advantage. They've got Mail, and taking a look at the map, they've got a clear path forward into zone.
Of course, he's watching play for Fury at the end Group B. I'm not sure we'll watch them right now, but we'll probably get to see them tomorrow.
It's trying to hold it down by Spider Cave.
We'll definitely get to see Watson's team tomorrow.
For
sure, 100%.
That's tough. A lot to break down, too, because that sets up the tone for, you're right, the rotation that KCP is going to have. Relatively free. I say relatively because they've still got Optic above them. And that is a team that we have, I kind of been remiss not to speak as much about as we could have. Skittlecakes, Nox, adding dropped after the collapse of SSG. This has not just helped their team. This has made their team almost another level of good. A level of good that in the previous championships, when we thought Optic could be a contender to win it all, this is going back to that style of Optic play. I have high hopes for them coming in as well. A team up on North at Down B's taking their time to rotate, but obviously a lot of skill.
And when we talk about taking your time, I want to bring up exactly how much this has impacted the game, because KCP's rotations during the regular season had them leaving almost 2 minutes ago. They would have been out of very
Snipe down.
A big
by the way, for those of you who don't know who Snipe down is,
started to move over
he's a boss. Just take it that. Just take it from me. He's a boss. They took second, I think, or something like that.
Following up on the Dark Veil.
Or something like that.
From Frex. Focus of attention. Doesn't look like he hits one there. The silence would have been good because they're getting aggressive. They have this building to hold though. Snipe down. Back in Apex Legends competitive at the highest of high levels. He has waited for this moment for quite a while. He was with us on desk in Split 1 playoffs, now playing. Holding angles is Bangalore.
Now the difficult part about an antenna zone like this is that zone doesn't actually end antenna. So when we're looking towards the end of the game, FaZe have picked themselves a temporary position. They're going to have a little bit of safety with things like Catalyst to hold this building effectively. But when they actually have to move, it's all going to come down to whether that wall is picture perfect or not.
Teams looking to play different styles of it as well. Yes, the early game, a big part of setting it up. But for those jumping in, obviously you're looking to find that place that you're going to end up, not just set up. That's why we don't have the map up on, but all these teams have crammed into the south side of Storm Point and are picking their
Imperial Hall.
Only a few. KCP still. We've got
Imperial Hall, ladies and gentlemen.
Northern side as well. Vexed. We mentioned Tyler FPS, Unlucky, and Matafa.
There's nobody in this planet that plays Apex that doesn't know Imperial Hall.
Below them,
he's like he's the Apex. He's Apex himself.
Still looting up off of these prowlers. Imperial Hal, Reps, and Verholst. Verholst taking on that Catalyst, which has been a big adjustment for him, but also has proven to be a big deal for TSM, having a lot more success recently in international scrims.
And it's interesting to see how TSM have continued to adapt to the Catalyst, because, as you said, it may not have started really well for them. And the fact that Verholst is playing it would come as a surprise to a lot of people. You told me that at the start of the split, and I call you a liar. They've changed how they play the game to include Catalyst, but to include Catalyst in a very different way than other teams will be.
I mean, tell you that and call it a split and call you a liar. Raven told them that at the start of the split. They called him a jerk. They said, we're not playing Catalyst.
Right, play Apex.
Like
not PC, not yet, but I'm looking forward to playing Apex PC chat.
But it was something
soon. I've not really had like everything I needed to like grind Apex on that
heading into the beginning of split 2. LG here already running the table. MDY White's gonna hurt some of the fans here in the building, but LG Chivas off to a very nice start. All three stay alive, and Yanya, boy oh boy, Yanya, one of the best players individually.
This ain't COD, nah. This ain't COD, bro. This is, come on now, you ready title, bro. Come on, man.
There is no opportunity to step even a bit too far forward. Ascend, rain down fire on TSM, who've chosen to take the low ground in antenna. This was not their first choice, of that I am sure, but now that they're forced to play out of it, they haven't got a whole lot of defensive legends, and they are in one of the worst spots to play out this game. Because as I said, zone doesn't end antenna. If they survive these next few minutes, great. They're not surviving the exit.
That is one of the issues with antenna in general. But maybe one of the bigger issues is just the difference in terms of who is above them. This is a team that has a personal vendetta against TSM. Because it wasn't their skill from the heavens, it was Hal earlier on at the very last game before we played again here in London that finished them off with the Horizon to claim.
I'm thinking I should switch the stream
has a chance to greet them here, but a nice response.
I think
oh my goodness, Draugr coming in as well. Helping to finish off post-kill, Dell also taking down Yuka in the kill feed. But this has put a bit of pressure on Ascend.
Because I'm actually streaming on the highest quality right now.
Fortunately,
and
see them able
I don't
to
feel
recover.
Like
Newcastle Watson, of course, will improve their economy.
I feel like let me check if YouTube has a higher quality. Then I'll switch to YouTube for the stream.
Squads will, but still having to play things again out of a central building.
Twitch is means that
we're not in a sum-0 game. If anything, we're in a sort of a sum-1 game. Not a lot of these teams are feeling particularly good about their spot. Even Moist have got to be worried about their exit.
Antenna, not a fun place to be. 18 squads left as we head into the back half of ring number 2. Hitting 16 before that starts to push in. Moist earning that KP as they need to. Sometimes these points end up really
YouTube has better quality. Okay, this is what we do, right? We're already in the game. Let's just use Twitch for this game. Next game, next match, I switch to YouTube and we'll see which is better.
They're not able to find a spot late in the zone.
And thinking as
what the fuck, I can just do it now.
We're going to be paying a lot of
I don't want us to miss anything, that's why. Let's not miss anything. I'll switch anything.
More furious than fast. Maybe fast if you talk about how quickly Pioneers melted the health bars of Yuka and Umichen Lafchi, as well as Meltisera. Pioneers off to a great start. But
the reason I'm using Twitch is because
the only team that's been tested in the same way again and again to start this lobby.
Like
now for the third time, able to jump in, have that early engagement, come out on top. They're feeling confident.
They are, and they should be. Fnatic is a team that many will recognize.
Fnatic is actually decent. I watch them. I think that they are new team.
I have an argument for best squad in the world. So as we move in, the fact that they were able to repel that push is good. KCP, I think, probably feeling a little bit of the land sweats. They had a late rotation, didn't want to push that even after they destroyed the shields of Fnatic, and it's nerves for sure.
Well, they've got 5 KP, not too bad, nothing to slouch at as well. We'll see if that continues for KCP or if that's just something they'll get off drop. It's good to see them changing their ways though as round 2 begins to close. Optic Gaming rotating in on the northern side of where the zone will end up. They are in zone right now. Fnatic, Vex also not in zone. Vex, the team we haven't seen yet, but they've been slowly creeping their way down south past Cascade Falls, possibly running into Fnatic shortly here. But on that rotation, you're also seeing an interesting one. Dreamfire at Barometer and KCP running into them. Also, this could be interesting because that could force a rematch from the early drop.
We have a surprising amount of squads that are rotating in from the south, and Optic get to play either side of this equation. They have the option to move in through Antenna and try and cull all of that, or run through, sprint through even the squads approaching from the south. But I'm gonna toss it to one of your favorite teams. LG Chivas are in a great position. Zones like this, as we said, aren't going to end Antenna, and this time we're pulling further to the south, up on the hilltop, right by the respawn beacon, just north of Gale Station. It's picture perfect. It's where LG Chivas set up, and it's where they're going to stay.
Optic Gaming and LG Chivas go back a little bit. Earlier on in championships, when we first started LAN, it had been the Split 2 playoffs in Sweden. We had about 960 days or so before we got Apex LAN, so a lot of people were wondering what would happen. We ended up having the story of Dark Zero start there. It continued in championships, but in that fountain fight, that classic fight that Zero took to help get them that second win in a row and win champs, hoist that trophy.
I don't want you guys to miss any action.
LG Chivas on high, Optic Gaming down below. That could have put an end to it. So these two teams have tasted it. They've tasted that moment. They've tasted those big moments. Both teams have had a hard time getting back. I think LG Chivas, if they continue to play zone and be in these smart spots, Dia, they've got the firepower to be able to contend with anyone.
That they do, and the fact that they're approaching from opposite sides of the map should scare all of the sandwich squads the center of that, because surviving that is going to be
Who's your money on in game 1? I think Furia takes game 1, Chad.
Up on the hillside by
I think they have the best positioning right now. Let me check. I think Furia has the best positioning right now. I don't know where next ring is,
southern rotation, perhaps including, as we said, Optic, but certainly.
Oh, not Furia. Not Furia. I lied.
Full recovery.
I lied.
Phenomenal resilience from Dreamfire.
Monsoon's team has the best position right now.
Knocked him as well. And it is KCP doing a little bit more of the griefing. Zone hitting. PETA 3MZ as well as Roy. But they are still alive, like you had mentioned. How long will that last? The longer it seems to go, the worse their odds tend to be. Little Order, a team that has maybe found close to a spot that in some zones you could see possibly Godspot, Dia. This one they're going to have to rotate quite quickly, and in a few seconds, it's going to be a little bit of chaos.
They certainly will. Big fight breaking out, however, onto the Pioneers as they take the rematch up against Dreamfire. It's an easy dodge up on the gravity lift, and I'll be honest, they don't even make this look difficult.
Not even hard at all. KCP doesn't sweat. That is 8 kills, 8 points for KCP overall. 6 kills,
Let's go, boys.
I believe.
Let's go, Zane.
That Nasky has had a hand in. They are looking strong. And when you talk about what does Zane mean for this team,
let's go, Zane.
It seems to mean a whole heck of a lot, Diaz. Round 3.
Who's playing Bangalore? Nasky is playing Bangalore. Zane is playing. Zane always plays Horizon.
Now they've got to focus on the rotation up, however. And remember, we've got a
Furia. Oh my god, my boys.
Furia, one of them approaching from the north.
I think Furia dies here, bro.
Having to fight their way through all of this.
Nice. He's Watson with the clutch. Let's go 1v1.
Shield swap, but in a 1v1 up against Snipe down, might still fall.
Let's go.
But the peek through the knockdown shield takes him out.
They get wiped here, dude. They get wiped here. They wipe face, but they get wiped here. Fnatic wipes them, yeah.
Squad and Furia
nice fight, nice fight.
Big time shift up, though. At least Watson gets one, knocks down another team. No placement points outside of the top 15 as well, but this is the fight that we were just seeing. KCP was running into complexity.
In game 1, you just need to ascertain your dominance. You just need to tell people that, bro, between me, I'm going to beat your ass. Like, that's what they just need to
shut down KCP's rotation, and now they claim that entire western, southwestern side to be able to rotate into zone.
It's the power of a good position. Holding gravity cannon from that early on was the difference maker. KCP knew that they only had one way to go and weren't able to make it. Optic now unable to make it.
No, but drop guys here. Fuck, drop guys here.
Ring is going to take them down. Skittlecake's still somehow alive, but it is temporary at best. And Tropic go down, and Optic gaming soon to follow as Noct has nowhere to be.
Ascend is still alive. TSM still alive as well. Vexed falls though, as well as in Tropic, so be careful.
Good fight, good fight, good fight.
Intent is getting a little crazy right now.
Hal is dead.
Complexity still on the side.
Only Reps and Verhot left. Let's go.
Taken down. TSM
there's a respawn right there. There's a respawn beacon to the left.
I may have underestimated TSM. I said some doubtful things earlier on about whether their performance would be good. When they put themselves on the low ground, I was a doomer, and yet here they are having picked up some kills, and that's as a duo.
But you're not wrong, Dia. They will have to move. Yes, they're doing well now. There's a lot of room to travel south, and getting out from the bottom, either climbing that zip line or walking it up without a Valkyrie anymore is going to be tough. They don't even have the movement of how on Horizon.
I think they raise out. There's a respawn beacon right there, but I don't know if they can get to it.
That does well in tight situations and challenges, though. It might be TSM, so we will keep an eye on them for sure. Never count them out, especially since they are the defending champions here in London.
Moist on the high ground are going to be going up against them, as will many. Element 6 still having to rotate out and into this mess, where LG have been holding just the rock by Gale Station to make sure they don't get ooped. This is an important play. Well, it's nice to take space. LG are playing the conservative game.
LG probably have the best
position here. TSM last year, yes. The only thing that could happen is Vegas has been TSM for 3 years now. This is 30 in TSM.
Somewhere, and we're going to go backside rock. And we don't care who we're fighting. LG maybe not planning for that, but expecting that things could not go as swimmingly as it looks right now, as round 4 is about to close. Maybe 6, 7 teams, including Fnatic, TSM, Moist, Ascend, Riddle Order, as well as Element 6 outside of this zone in Antenna. They've all got to move right now.
As the ring starts to close, we've got plenty to look forward to. The few buildings that populate the north side of the zone are going to be contested. Start a fight, holding one of them as Ascend fly right over, and Moist watch it all happen.
By the way, Moist is an EU team, by the way,
John. Ascend stick the landing in the center of Complexity and LG, forcing both squads to move up, and Moist make a move of their own.
They're just walking it. Moist trying to do it the old-fashioned way and use their feet. Pricey.
No,
he goes inside the building. They know there's fighting there. Great grenade. It's going to isolate the player downstairs. They'll find one. Moist Esports looking to find another. The Bolt.
Let's go, boys.
Gets enough damage there for Pricey, and they become the new kill leaders. The Sin goes down, and Moist still alive on the bottom in the chaos.
Let's go.
The fact that they were able to take this building so easily against a team with a Rampart, I mean, that is...
I don't understand why the Rampart didn't just put the shit out.
Not what you pick Rampart for. There's still plenty of action, however, as in this building we've got multiple squads coexisting, in the real fight, Rain Day, is going to happen again when we pull over towards the south, and everybody's got to uproot themselves again.
The difficulty of working working on Storm Point.
I don't think
you
the
don't have to just play placements, play buildings, play POIs. You have to play high ground and low ground yet again. It can be so exhausting, but for a team like Esports, Moist Esports, excuse me, it feels like they're just finding their second win. MT low on blue shields, but he's going to get another purple real quick as he swaps that one out. 8 squads left, and Moist still with some momentum have a chance to pull it off, but they're going to have to get through Riddle Order, who are in their own engagement. Up and down from Mia K, finds one, looking to find two, and get the collapse. That's another one, Element 6 down. Riddle Order takes the kill.
That's the player that saved Riddle the series, that saved them the game, and now with Complexity and fight up against LG, we're fighting for the winning squad. Whoever holds on to this spot should take it all, and LG Chivas, again, don't even do them the decency of making it look hard.
That was so simple for LG Chivas. It looked like they weren't even trying. That was the fight at the high ground where the circle will end. Complexity just got tired of waiting. They said, let's go for it. And they did. Unfortunately, it is LG who remains king of the zone. It's certainly looking like a win for them, but there's an evac tower. What, a little bit of a distraction? A little bit of a backup plan? Verhul still alive?
Plenty of squads trying to make it in right now. Start a fight, I believe, technically in zone and with quite a bit of cover. LG Chivas have to focus their attention towards the north, allowing Start a Fight to claim a few more placement points.
You certainly wouldn't say the Spitfire is meta, but in the hands of Yanya, anything should work. Especially with a Prowler to switch over to.
Running in assault.
Running out of ammo. That was what hurt them in terms of stopping Dark Zero from winning. They ran out of ammo. They've been in this position forever. Will the same thing happen yet again to an APAC South team in Pricey and Jogger? It doesn't look like it's Jinx. Start to fight Esports, who take down the rotation of Moist, and now it looks like it's setting up for a Start to Fight Esports LG Chivas finish.
And look at the composition coming out of South America. We knew they had a lot to offer coming into this land. 3 squads left: Rampart, Crypto, Gibraltar. They are breaking the game.
What is this squad? What are they doing? Whatever it is. The rest of the lobby wants a little bit because top 3, 9 points already, and a great position, at least for now, has put Start a Fight in the conversation. But Pricey and Jogger, they've stayed alive. This could get a little wonky. Lusquin, Jinx, Zipola, they could try to rotate. Obviously, Pricey trying to stay alive. I think everyone says, let's get rid of this team, and then we'll fight it out as 3v3s. But you never know. If they can't finish them quickly, Yanya could be exposing himself here, and it could leave something open for Start a Fight.
Moist can't commit to the low ground. LG can't commit to the low ground. Whatever team actually tries to take out Start a Fight is relegating themselves to second, and it puts us in this harassment battle. Now, the next ring is going to determine who ultimately has to move first, but I suspect that we'll find out much before that. Drager actually gets back up, but remember, we've still got Gibraltar Ultimate, Crypto Ultimate, and Rampart set up for Start a Fight. They should not go down fast.
Yanya looks to just try to move. They destroy, I believe, the Horizon Black Hole, and that's still Pricey alive. 3 squads left. Yanya's like, get this APAC South man out of here. I am not dealing with. He's even got Jogger back up as well. And Lusquin, Jinx, they're not having any of it. Crypto in the zone of Gibraltar. They're going to EMP on top of this and get Moist out of here if they can. But Moist takes to the skies.
Still alive for now, but it is a temporary lifeline. And Start a Fight commit for the second place in the face of LG Chivas. They rush Moist, and they pick up a singular knock. Moist Esports go down. A collaboration of them and Luminosity. And in the 3v3 now, Luminosity have to clutch up. Start a Fight with the gimme. Crack Yanya, almost take him down, and Jinx pops over on the Rampart, getting him melted by Jet. LG Chivas take game 1.
And just like that, we question whether they could do it all. Well, they just did it all and then some. LG Chivas take game 1 here in London in your Split 2 playoffs with a smile on everybody.
A Mexican squad up against a Brazilian squad. Now, LG Chivas may be playing in North America, but South America as a whole looked good.
Buenos dias versus Bon Dia.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of fans right now in our Twitch, YouTube chats, and all over the world celebrating this win and that final 2.
Alright,
okay, so game 1. Simple at the start.
Game 1,
TSM died early. To get Moist Esports out of there, and credit to Pricey and Jogger, who made it difficult to do so with
So I'm hoping they go crazy. I don't even know you guys are supporting right now, so I don't like. Wait, chat. We need to support someone. Like, we all need to come together and support this specific team, chat.
I'm not sure how many kill points they actually picked up in that, because while they cleared out an entire building, there were plenty of squads that fell alongside them. I'm suspecting that they led themselves top 3, top 4, but it's iffy, especially with the amount of kill points that other teams are grabbing.
One of the things too, Start a Fight probably would want back, as we take a look at it in a moment here.
So many boys in
Rampart,
this
right? They have to get in their mind that it's a little bit better if they're the ones teams have to approach. They had to kind of get aggressive, and it seemed like at the moment where there was a choice to be made, they chose to simply push Moist. Was that the right decision, though? Should they have waited? Let maybe LG do that, because if you do, sure, LG could get an engagement, but you risk Moist trying to push Start a Fight.
This is where the ring really comes into play. Start a Fight had to go forward, and it was a question of what risk they exposed themselves to. Once you sniff out that it's a duo that Moist are playing with, it's a lot easier to secure yourself second there than gambling on taking out a trio in Luminosity Gaming. Let's actually take a look back at it.
Yeah, it's perfect. As we started, LG Chivas bringing in the Chivas to the Split 1 playoffs, Split 2 playoffs in London, now also bringing in the style points, 16 to start it off. They probably ended up with about a 22-point game here after finishing off the
Alliance. See, if Mandy was playing for Alliance, I would have supported Alliance all the way. I like Yukis, I like Hakis. Well, I love Mandy. Mandy was playing for them.
Take a look at the play again as well. Start a fight, commit to the Gibby Bubble into Rampart setup, and then come out of that commitment after using Crypto Ultimate to uproot Moist. So
see how they are just ammo swapping in the middle of the fight.
Their legends and making calls in the moment. It's what it's going to come down to all the time, but having seen the play, it certainly helps you understand the dire situation Start a Fight we're in.
Well, you know, you do kind of say the fact that they have to use that Crypto Ultimate to get the most out of it. I think it's smart to use it onto Moist. The issue is, do you have to Gibby Bubble for that? Maybe Rampart walls were down. They were getting pestered from afar. Maybe they didn't have time to place it. Gibby Bubble was just fast, guaranteed they lived to
Haki is my favorite player on the team.
I'd rather have a bad
Yuki is also very nice. I like him.
Than no EMP and no bubble at all, because we tried to do too much and get too much value and got peppered out in the open.
Yeah, that's my problem, right? When you're in a situation, as these end game circles tend to be, putting too much on your plate can be your downfall, and certainly was in many ways. However, a second place start is really not bad.
I can't wait to start going for this LAN events, man.
For
sure.
Start a fight. Again, coming out of South America, a region
like any
with, as we discussed,
bloody
a lot
continent
to prove. This is
sure.
basically the dream scenario for them.
There's nothing more that they could have done to start this tournament than that, to put themselves in the conversation. And I think this is exactly what you want, to be in the conversation of teams we're looking at LAN. South America, undoubtedly, they have the least representation here. They've got the least slots and spots here. I believe it's 4. And they've found a way at this point to try to lift themselves up in the best way that they can. Obviously, LG Chivas, Mexican team, but playing in North America, so not counting as a slot. But certainly, Start a Fight Esports, fantastic performance from them. We are going to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, but the question is this the tournament that LG Chivas finally show up? I certainly hope it is. They've got the potential. We'll see if they follow through. Game 2 coming up with the results.
If Apex Mobile didn't shut down, would have gone for contender for sure, bro. Because we had like the community running and everything. We had everything unlocked. We had scrims. We had everything unlocked. Like, Apex community was growing so fast that like it was mind blowing, and we didn't just have a growing community. We have like we had an online presence too. So woo, look at the prize pool, guys. Look at the prize pool. Let's go. 300k first place, 160k, 105, 85. I like the way they split the prize pool, man. It's so nice. It gives you something to fight for, you know. All you need to do is make it to top 20 and you secure 9 grand. Let's fucking know. But yeah, Call of Duty is definitely way more, you know. Call of Duty pays Okay, it's a short break. 1 minute break. We got time. Where is this event at? It's in London. They are hosting it in London, boys. COD pays more, but the spread is very small. What do you mean spread? Explain to me, please. The prices are little. Are they more split? Yeah, this is split 2. They've already played split 1. Split 1 was the qualifiers.
Welcome back to London in the Copper Box Arena. The Split 1 playoffs ended in such a fanatic fashion. Not with Fnatic, no, TSM claiming the win. Can they do it again? They're playing right now in our Split 2 playoffs as we welcome you back. Our crowd live in the house. And they've had a busy morning, but, you know, got here early, decided to brave the London traffic. Boy, oh boy, Dia, that London traffic.
I played in London. If I was in the UK,
I think it's bad. Great idea up here in the box, in the Copper Box. Dia, we just saw a fantastic performance from two teams you know very, very well, LG Chivas and Startify.
Yeah, and having talked to them beforehand, LG Chivas, in fact, I ran into them while they were scrimming the other day. Had a quick chat with them about what they were thinking moving into today's games, and from their perspective, scrims have gone swimmingly. There's no reason why the tournament
Call of Duty last year, and
this is, I think, as expected from their perspective, and yet for a lot of teams, they didn't have it as easy as LG Chivas, because make no mistake,
first place goal like 1 million,
but they also had an incredible zone pull for them, being the only team to land over 600 grand, and then make their way over to Gale Station.
Third place go like 400 grand. So basically, third place in COD more than first place in Apex.
Consider the fact that this lobby had a lot of teams we were counting on.
But you guys need to realize that COD has less teams.
Not make it.
COD has only 12
most
teams.
likely because of the troubles they face with KCP along the way, complexity, taking down KCP after
Apex
having
has
it already. The excitement there is what they felt like wearing that brand new Nessie hoodie, which they're selling, which I need. By the way.
You guys have to put that into consideration.
But it all
led
to, you're right, an easier side, an easier group, a lesser,
first place was 1 million.
I think,
yeah,
level
so
of, I don't want to say
COD
competition,
has
but there certainly weren't every team that was in that final in the zone that LG had to fight. So we'll see if they can do it with adversity. That's going to be the real test for them as we head into game 2, if they don't get a zone that poses favorably.
It will, and what the teams, of course, that I'm looking at going into this next game are the ones that we saw coaches getting involved in right at the end of last. As soon as the last match finished, Kimchi was all up in complexity space, helping them out, hopefully, with how to defend against their push over by Gravity Cannon.
This team FaZe, we just switched from them to start a fight, but to talk about FaZe a little bit,
coach, bro. I love the fact
I didn't think Snipedown was happy losing that 1v1 to his Watson. That is, you know, two icons in the scene, two controller player icons as well. And Snipe, you can tell by his face, locked in. He wants to go next. Phony, to me, he's the challenge. I've issued the challenge to him. He has to step up. If FaZe is going to do well, they've got the pieces, but Phony has to transition from being a great player to an iconic player. He's got to step into the shoes of the Sweet Dreams, of the Imperial Howl, and lead this team to victory. I think he can do it. The man had the marriage buff in February. He got married a week later. And he's a stylish dude. He bowled next to us, Dia. He beat me in a bowling game. I can't believe it.
Where's he from?
He's a better Apex Legends player.
I've never seen this guy in my
But
life.
let's just say he's a better Apex Legends player. We're not going to say he's bad at bowling. We're just going to say he's a much better Apex Legends player.
This was the substitute for
a lot of hope for FaZe. We'll see
that guy was
as that continues. But a lot of teams in a similar situation.
I tend to agree. It's time for the good to become the great, right? And the great, as Phony has been, to become the excellent. I'm actually thinking back to before he really embraced this sort of CR IGL style. I like things like the Newcastle that he was playing with, being able to use that as anchor for the squad, and I think that the discrepancy that FaZe are facing up against now that we're moving into playoffs here, trying to redefine their play style, is that you're trying to reconcile this heavy IGL style from Phony with Frex being this incredible anchor, where both of them have had success in that role, and you can't both be anchoring Snipe.
If you do, you certainly can't be the first two down, ideally, which is what happened there. Snipe was the last man standing against that fight with Furia, but you don't want to get in the fight with Furia either while you're rotating in zone. That plays to Furia's strengths. What will be FaZe's strengths? One of the things in day 1 and 2 which shot FaZe out was their ability to get these zones and do well with them. LG Chivas has proved that they can do this in this environment. Optic Gaming, relatively quiet as we take a look at Dropped. Skittle Cakes to his left, not to his right. Will they show up? Dia, I think this team has a ton of potential, but for all the teams that I've seen perform today,
coach. You know,
Complexity's energy has just been top tier. I mean, they're communicating, Monsoon, dancing up a storm, Kimchi Lee.
I like the tattoos.
Bicep curls with that water bottle. Looks like he could.
I don't know. Haki sounds like the craziest tattoo.
Man is yoked.
He really is.
But they're staying connected to the game. And again, I think that it's about how do you show up. This game 2 is very close to getting underway, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go, chat.
Complexity certainly had good fundamentals, as did many teams, but the second game is where we really take a step forward. First one, maybe you're shaking off the jitters of LAN. Now it's really time to play on Storm Point.
All right, let's go, baby.
As they land
Show me the money.
Show me the money,
show me the money, show me the money.
Already, Noctum have issued the challenge. They went, you know what, LG, you had too easy of a time last game. And
on handicap was good, bro. I see you, man. I see you. I see you. Welcome to the stream. Hope you guys are having a great day.
This wasn't something that looked good in scrims, but it's already gone on for much longer than it ever did online.
Biggest events in Apex here. Let's get it.
And I didn't even need to see that fight to know that it was not going to go well. Noctum better off challenging over with KCP and Dreamfire. But for those who don't know, we have a chance to see some of the in-game chatter that's going on. And I can tell you, someone from KCP...
The worst thing in LAN is not having is having someone contest your drop point. It's so sad when you have someone contest your drop point.
I wonder if that had to do with Noctum changing.
Like if I was playing LAN and someone was contesting,
I'll tell you who it did work for
actually
is both KCP and Dreamfire. Although Dreamfire, having said they would not give up Mill, now have done exactly the opposite, letting themselves over by Jurassic instead.
As you can see just there on your screen, we didn't go into the overall series results, but LG is your #1 team with 29 points after that 3 KP that occurred. And obviously, well-deserved from them. Moist Esports right behind them with 19, and TSM with 14. A surprisingly sneaky 14 for TSM, I would say, Tia, as you know, that is for a game that they didn't top 5, a very good score.
It is. Not and out of a not great spot as well.
Yeah.
This is typical TSM, and I'm gonna let them fly. They do their thing because, as I said, probably not a great start to the day, start to the tournament, but I'm expecting them to pick things up as we get later on. As we get later on into this game, I'm also expecting a similar situation where in Antenna last time we had a lot of squads grouping up. You can actually do a very similar thing in Jurassic, but Barometer is the place to be right now.
Five seconds left before round 1 starts to close up as we see KCP. Much easier time at Mill today. Riddle Order staying just south of them. Riddle Order was around for most of that. We mentioned Yukio coming in, such a presence in APAC North as a streamer. It's really hard to put into words if you're not familiar with that region, if you maybe only watch North America or you maybe only watch EMEA, but I'm telling you, it is massive, the presence that he has. And also the style that Riddle Order has. They have some custom Air Forces as well. The Smirk on one side, the Riddle, and then the Order on the other shoe. Very, very cool. I'm excited to see this team continue to perform. But a zone is going to be a central zone here. As you mentioned, Barometer, the place to be. Teams already moving that way, Dia, and in fast fashion.
Yeah, there's a bit of flexibility in spots like this. It's likely to go towards the north of Barometer, but there is always the opportunity for us to pull out into the western side of Jurassic. So, in a position like this, we've got Element 6, who are going to be plenty happy, especially with a early rotate off of a Watson Catalyst, to just bunker down and hold on. But a composition like this does come with downsides. When you pick up Watson Catalyst, you need ring scan, and looking at their position, that's not something they're going to get.
Yeah, and again, late game rotation, not as ideal. Yeah. However, the Catalyst does make up for that. That is one of the biggest things Darkveil does. It's the rotation in these zones where you do get in trouble. You do have to cross open water, open land. That can give you and buy that time so that you can go ahead and put a Watson gen, set up some fences on the other side, and feel comfortable. Certified Esports inside as well. 11 points. I mean, this is group stage. Remember, there's so much Apex Legends to play over these next 4 days, Dia, that I think teams too, once you have a decent start, you get a top 2, you start saying, okay, let's just keep this up. Let's not mess this up and get too aggressive too early, because this is really shaping up for the way we want to consistently perform.
It is, and as we continue moving through the day, teams have the opportunity to get more conservative, and conservative in smarter ways. Right now, people are playing safe because they don't know what's around them, as opposed to later, where you can temper the aggression. We got a crypto going off on the floor, however, as Gambare Otosan start showing up in Barometer, claiming the roof, and actually, with a Newcastle, you can play this area.
You really can. Takes about 800 damage to throw one of these Newcastle walls out, but they will be permanent. But when you add a Watson Gen, you add Newcastle's mobile shield next to it, you kind of got yourself a nice little campsite there on the top of the hill. That was a pretty fast RV setup. And Gambare Otosan happy to just post up and chill. Also,
bro, you dare not pick in this match, man. One wingman shot to the head. ASAP.
Shield up slowly over time.
Ooh, lordy, lordy, lordy. Who thought Entropic was taking down FaZe in this first game before round one even finishes closing? I bet FaZe didn't have that in there,
the guys
folks,
close to the tree,
bottom
bottom left are in a bad
Entropic,
spot, man.
Had their own really fascinating path here during the course of this
split. I swear, the guy picked for a millisecond, wingman shot, headshot, 90 damage.
On AYM during the last LAN, and they've actually completely swapped up how they play the game. Hiarka is now the shot caller where he used to be the anchor, now playing IGL for the team, has unleashed Uchako to be that much more aggressive, and it is clearly showing up well for them.
And sometimes that's the one switch that you need to put you into the next level. Pulverex, a lot of times we jokingly say it, sometimes the switch they needed to go to the next level was just another player. They've got 3 this time around. Fchion has become famous in the Apex Legends community for not only his biceps, but his ability to play tactically well, to make top 5s, even in difficult situations. With this bridge spot, they've got a lot of flexibility here, and playing the Rampart and Crypto with the Bangalore. Unusual, but they're making it work.
It's like a budget Gibraltar in this situation, or perhaps a more aggressive one, right? You have a little bit more cover, and you get to gamble with now what you know Bangalore gives you, the ability to close gaps, play, as you said, a little bit more aggressive. But in terms of the larger game plan for Pulverex, they are using flexibility as a way to make up for the fact that they don't do one thing especially well, is this composition.
One of the things, though, that Pulverex knows is that this is, in some ways, an uphill battle. APAC has had success, but they haven't reached the pinnacle of the success that they've been hoping for, especially in this region. That's been all Fnatic, who have top 5, who have topped 8 in our last events. What I think they're looking to do, too, is Crypto is such an effective legend in these tough situations where maybe you lose someone down on a rotation. Maybe you're a little nervous in game 1 or 2 trying to figure it out. Getting those banners, getting the revives off, it's the safest way to do it. It's the most effective way to do it.
Crash, what happened to Crash? The stream crashed.
Free, and you don't want to take major risks getting your feet set in a tournament.
Yeah, and when you're expecting to be rotating without a lot of priority as well, maybe one of those early zone teams feels good around the outside of Jurassic, say, but if you're a team like Start a Fight and you're trying to make your way into zone out of Barometer like this, it's not a great spot. You may end up playing a suboptimal position where you can't peek. Crypto lets you get all that information for free.
AT squads left now. 2 have gone down, FaZe being one of them. Phony, Snipe. They're going to have to go down to the drawing board with Vex for game 3. Only one more game after this on Stormpoint.
FaZe is dead already. Oh boy, Madu.
As Gambare Otosan, we saw them set up on high. They've now dropped down
FaZe,
below under the bridge. And
what FaZe doing, man? I'm not gonna lie. Like I expected crazy stuff for FaZe. You know the reason I need FaZe to win? I need FaZe to win because
really any spot
let me not say FaZe. I need FaZe to do well. Let me not say win. I need FaZe to do well because FaZe clan recently started, like, you know, they don't normally do Apex. They do CS:GO, they do Call of Duty. They just started doing Apex. So like, if they don't do well in Apex, I don't know if the organization is going to keep sponsoring Apex. They might, you know, they might drop their Apex roster, or like they might switch up the roster, all this kind of stuff. I don't want FaZe like to, you know,
1v1, 2v2.
I need FaZe to do well because I need FaZe organization to actually be in Apex to promote the Apex community and stuff. Because Apex FaZe clan is such a big, so big. It's like one of the biggest gaming clans. So
teams that haven't made their way into the ring yet, teams that aren't playing zone for Barometer,
like
and
Apex cannot afford not to have FaZe clan.
We've still got teams like TSM.
They have TSM, they have Optic, they have NRG.
We have not seen Furia yet this game, and even Fnatic has been pretty quiet.
They don't even have Space Station Gaming anymore. Space Station Gaming was actually really good. But I don't think Space Station Gaming
this is not going to go without a fight.
Runs Apex anymore.
Watson,
is also a big up too.
About to run into our reigning defending champions
He's
here in
Watson.
London.
The
That's a nice start, 51 already. Focus of attention. This should be a push.
No knuckle
this guy's using
on
Fuse.
Watson for 10 seconds after that. The silence on the Fuse, very effective in this particular matchup. And
they're fighting TSM. Let's go.
Really surprised they don't go after that. That's 10 seconds, no abilities. Now Reps gets hit. I wonder if the reverse is going to be true. And as Watson, Zeraturkey, and Panders decide that this is the time to get aggressive.
Furia versus Optic. You know, you see Furia versus TSM. Sorry, chat. You know, you see this all day.
Got the piercing spikes. We talked about Big E taking on the task of playing Catalyst. It's different. He's not the
bro. He's fighting with the
He
moves.
can't be as mobile. And all
that guy just
stopped
switching like crazy, bro.
We'll just show a little bit of force, and they will turn the other way. And Furia has done exactly that. They've decided to.
You got money on Furia versus TSM. Let's see, bro. Let's see. Because
as well,
you know, comp matters a lot. Furia is not running Bangalore. I wish they were running Bangalore. I don't know why they're running Fuse instead of Bangalore.
A 30-30 can down you extraordinarily quickly, and there's just not that much space in the next zone. So Furia are playing a lot more carefully than I would have expected them to, honestly, given their brand.
TSM holding a great spot. They've fought off Furia. But will they approach Fnatic as they make their way closer to the center of the zone? Let's go ahead into a listen-in sponsored by WD Black.
I'm gonna go inside Jurassic.
What's our med com? 11-6.
11-6.
4-5. I can hold 3 cells. Can drop.
Drop T2. He can drop you. Okay.
We safe at all? Doesn't look like it.
Not really. We don't have an evac tower here.
Be safe against us in the river over here, but
are we safe over there? Look at my ping. I have to go check.
We're not safe.
Look Jurassic. Devin, take my spot inside Jurassic.
Yeah, just see what we can play. You can always int that building team if you have to, but
yeah, no.
Thirded.
Wait, they have a longbow in there. I cracked them. Popping a bat.
Furia is no longer aggro like Mad Dogs because of their comp. If they were running bang, they would have been aggro. You can't be aggro without bang because you need to smoke too.
Come in.
Okay, double move, blind armor.
Yeah.
Give guys here. One on the right side. One. There. I'm gonna walk up maybe on that.
Right side rock. Hide the bat.
I'm up the horizon off them, okay? I'm walking. I'm rising off them. They're all here on my ping.
Horizon.
I'm swinging outside. That was one. Swinging outside.
You gotta love Verhost, bro. Verhost is that guy. Hard is dead. Let's go, race.
I'm dropping armor. I dropped an armor. Get back up the hill.
Going up the hill. I'm running. Yeah.
Veos is disgusting, bro. I'm telling you, that guy doesn't miss. You gotta love Veos, bro. He doesn't miss.
Yeah.
Like, if I start playing Apex, I'm going to watch Veos stream and I'm going to copy his sense because his aim is fucking incredible.
Yeah, I don't have all either. That's fine. It's just wait. We can't push them. It's gonna be. We have no ultis.
We have 15 seconds on zone.
I know.
I'm popping an ult so I'm gonna get my wall soon.
I think we just wait for KP and kill these guys unless they fuck off.
We're not.
Are they still there?
Yeah. Close.
Yeah, there.
I'm gonna get my wall soon. I'm gonna like walk up to the left.
We have to go Spider Cave. We have to go Spider Cave. Okay.
Bruh.
I think we have to go Spider Cave here.
God damn. 75 damage on one. That was like 80 damage on one. What do they call it? I forgot the name of that gun.
Actually, we can walk up on them. I don't think we can cross on these guys. I think we go Spider Cave with Catwall. Okay.
Yep.
You might have to preemptively do it, Evan.
Yeah.
We have a charge rifle.
About to do it now, I think.
At the bat. I'm in a bad spot. I might die.
Don't die, bro. Don't die, man. You can't be dying here.
Send it.
You better not die, bro. There's a lot of money on the line. Stay alive.
Die for sure.
I'm dead. It's fine. Try to get this down.
I might knock. They're gonna finish me for sure.
I'm trying to shoot for you. Dead. Break this queue. No, they're beating us.
Oh, horrible. Nothing you can do, nothing. There's nothing they can do, nothing. There's two teams focusing them, different angles. Yeah, nice try.
And sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles.
That's just how it is. Sometimes.
In a desperate
that's Apex for you, bro. There's nothing you can do there.
A valiant opponent in Fnatic and someone else who came around. It was actually Moist Esports who joined the party. Just not enough there, Dia, to survive.
And some killer instinct, of course, from Fnatic. Really
you know where they could have survived that? Only way they could have survived that was with the Bangalore.
Right? GSM were able to rebuff Fury. They were able to take down Vexed, and as soon as they lost that high ground, they went out. Unfortunate for them, and in the course of things, unfortunate for LG, who we lost out on. Dreamfire now trying to make their way into the next ring. Huge stand on Seer, and Roy goes crazy.
Gotta swap, bro. Gotta finish on swap.
Shield here for him. They're creating them. Pulverex falls. The Dreamfire live again, but there's more coming here. LQD,
third party, bro. You know the third party, bro.
Going up against Dreamfire, trying to clean it up.
They're all new to LAN, and they're going up against one of the more seasoned players of international competition, MDY White.
Nice
One Beiju on the ground, quick heal just from LQD. Has Ming still waiting to get back into the game. Well, Pite and Roy bide their time. Pite and Roy, they have
they can drop an ammo swap for him and raise this dude, man.
Get tossed over to Ming Yue, but he doesn't want to do it yet. They've got a knockdown shield on each side to play with. And there's that focus of attention. They both come out at the same time, so no one can silence each other.
Let's
go.
They
decided to make the move here. Carr singing, but what's the tune? He has to reload. He armor swaps as well. Oh my God, are you kidding me? No way! And MDY White, Ming Yue, he clutches in against Dreamfire with one of the best armor swaps we have seen mid-fight.
That was a quick armor swap. That armor swap was in an instant.
In game two. Things are far from over as Fnatic and Moist battle things out. Number one in their regions, respectively. But Fnatic suffer losses on the outside.
This is starting to get hot. As Fnatic know, the pressure is building. Meltacera still alive. And Umichan Lufshi drops the shield for Meltacera to pick up quickly. Over on Barometer, though, more fighting. Optic, Nox trying to stay alive here, but it's Riddle, Order, and Complexity who are in the mix.
Complexity from this low ground do still have an advantage in the form of Horizon Tactical. They can engage as they like, and they drop down to finish a squad. Instead, Optic are going to lose out on this. It's not easy to jump onto Complexity from this point, and they're going to be safe down here.
The confidence I'm feeling from Complexity, it's just coming through the keyboards. I cannot tell you how this team feels at LAN. It is just one of those experiences you kind of have to be there to know they're clicking, they're vibing, and you can see with a top 8 finish right now, at least they're putting themselves in a position to take advantage of being invited here, of earning a spot at Split 2 when they had to watch from the sidelines in Split 1.
Now Complexity are at a crossroads on the low ground. They are safe for the next zone. Will they choose to take a more active position and perhaps participate in taking out a squad like Fnatic, who is going to have to move? MDY White now gone. Complexity still playing off of the low ground. And I tell you who's still in zone. I tell you who is dead center.
Alright, chat, just give me a mission. I have to be out of here before 4 o'clock.
So, from last game out of South America, once again, having made it into the top 10, and Entropic sharing space with them.
They were rinsing. They put a down payment on that place. They have been here the entire game, sitting in these buildings, content to wait, watch, and ironically not start a fight until maybe top 5. But if they get another top 5 in a row, big start for South America. But could it be APAC's game? Gambare Otosan, we've seen MDY White perform extremely well.
I hate getting shot by triple take, bro. He's not comfortable.
Boy, these positions are starting to get fun.
Just barely in the ring. And this spot where they've got Newcastle, Watson, all the shenanigans. Remember, Gunbury Otosan moved here early to make sure that Bangalore have autonomy, and now
if I was playing this event, I would play Bangalore. Like, there's no way I'm not playing Bangalore. I think my comp for this event will be Bangalore,
We've mentioned Yukio, but now we get to see it in action. Has to reload on the Prowler, also has to reload in terms of the shield, so hits the battery. One tappy, Mia K.
I would rather play Bangalore than
well. Dark Veil will pause for just a moment, but they don't need to rush anything. They've got the position, they've got the zone, they've got angles to play from. Element 6, they've got low ground, but the pressure has been on. They've been able to stabilize. 17 points so far, 4th place overall in the day after 2. Can they come up with a win? They put the generator down. They're certainly feeling like they can hold this position.
It's the hope that this lasts them until next zone. It's difficult, nay impossible, to push E6 in a spot like this, because as soon as you do, you go down. But Complexity, it looks like they're biting the dust a little bit early, not able to commit to playing the high ground, and unfortunately forced to play the low. They lose 2, and it's just up to Monsoon.
Found themselves the meat in the middle of the sandwich. Unfortunate not to be in a position where they could shoot from the outside like Riddle Order, like start a fight. But they have done well to get at least the top 7 and be in the mix yet again. Monsoon actually still alive and representing for the team. So while maybe team hopes are a little low in terms of placement, Monsoon can still...
Ton hasn't moved for like 10 minutes. They are in zone now. When you're in zone, you don't need to move.
One of our
Who's Toffin? I don't even know Toffin is. I know Toffin from the anime. I don't know Toffin
yet. Order also know that every kill point is going to be really nice for them as well. They haven't got any contest towards the south side of this ring. Riddle's big
see how this guy is tweaking, bro. So the guy is tweaking. I love Bangalore, bro. I like actually love Bangalore. I think Bangalore is my favorite Apex Legends
is going to force 2 big squads to move. Starterfight and Entropic have been very passive during the past couple of rings. Now they've got to start making decisions.
The only reason I wasn't playing Bangalore a lot in mobile was because ArcStars was so OP, and when you put down your smoke, they just throw in a shit ton of ArcStars and you're fucked. That's why I didn't play Bangalore in mobile. But if ArcStars wasn't so crazy, Bangalore all day long.
One tappy, excuse me, he's got 2 kills, looking to add a few more as he loots up. And the Bangalore ultimate just lands. Buys time, doesn't connect for much, Dia, but the round is closing, 1:32 before this is all said and done with these squads. And they're just taking their time.
Another scan comes through, and it just lets you know where you should be playing. Unfortunately, not able to access the high ground. Riddle are going to continue playing off of the low, face-to-face with Ganbare Otosan as a Ryzen ult goes out in front. E6 with a stroke of genius.
I think in a 1v1 situation, Bangalore should be the best again for
3v3 situation.
They should take that fight, but unfortunately, he's getting destroyed by Riddle Order. This is unfortunate here, but they still are alive. Whether they had to swap or a bat, Slayer's almost going down also, with 6 squats still there. Throws the piercing spikes just to buy time and try to get another shield battery off, kind of so low, but Riddle Order on the low ground, full 3-man red Evos, while the rest of the fight in the lobby is taking place on the other side.
Start a fight, we're split up. They had to expend the Gibby bubble early. They're not going to have this cooldown for when they have to give up high ground, and it may very well kill them. Riddle Order
still there.
Have an incredible spot on this low where they cannot be focused. Nobody wants to jump on them. Lusk is going to drop first for start a fight.
No
Gibby bubble means no second chance at life. Sleep can't clutch it up, and they go down. Start a fight eliminated. Riddle Order now taking the fight up against Ganbare Otosan.
Riddle Order trying to claim their first win at LAN, and it's split 2 playoffs. They do it in game 2. Riddle Order representing.
Talk your smack, bro.
Incredible
Deserve it.
From Riddle in that end game. Difficult to hold up against.
Talk your smack, bro.
Out as he's very aggressive push from E6.
I've never heard about this team in my life.
It comes down to nothing.
Let's go. Never heard about this team in my life.
Eking out a 50 crack on somebody. Forces
this is why we come to LAN, man. This is why we watch LAN. You see, this is when legends are built.
One of the biggest
you've never seen. Just pull up and get the W.
Yukio and Riddle Order.
Anything are getting clapped. Told you this is LAN, bro. Anything can happen, man. I've been watching their screens. And it has
to find their first win in the Split 2 playoffs. What a story. What a
start watching their streams
and it has regions here as well. We're in EMEA, but it feels like the only teams winning are outside of the continent.
It's anybody else's game at this point. And that's through jet lag. That's through scrims, boot camps, whatever you've been doing on the way here, and looking very good for really everybody who's made top 5s today. I will say, Entropic with a pretty decent showing there as well, managed to make top 3 right alongside Start a Fight, and both of them playing zone quite well. And nothing more to it for now.
This is one of those final circles, Dia, and I love to look at because
Chad, any teams are not doing so well, Chad.
Element 6 in many ways are the driver of this story because they decide to
any teams are not doing so well, ladies and gentlemen.
Against Riddle Order, but they come up short. They actually end up getting the worst end of that fight, and that allows Riddle Order to have an entire side by themselves. But not just that, the low ground as well, which in many ways keeps them out of sight and out of mind for Start a Fight, who drop down and end up just fighting Entropic.
Yeah, and once you know that you have low ground all to yourself and the circle gets that small, it's a matter of saying, well, as soon as somebody drops down, we annihilate them. Everybody up top knows that.
Any teams are not doing so well, Chad. Fizz is just dying. Optic is just dying.
Yeah, they had an option to get involved
in the
high ground fight. And I
bro,
like
look at
they
these, man. Green and blue hair. What the?
Because if they win, they probably win the game.
Well, if you have a green hair in my country, bro.
Fun that they had at celebrating.
I think I should tint mine green. What do you guys think?
A little early into game 2.
Going with a little bit of rainbow, like some 6-9 vibes.
So let's go ahead and do our scoreboard. Let you know where things stand as well, and get you caught up with the action.
Alright,
Chivas
first place, Riddle Order number 2, 35 number 3, Gambari number 4, Moist number 5, Entropic number 6, TSM number 7. Alright, TSM ain't doing so bad. Start a Fight number 8, Povrex number 9, Element 6 number 10. Alright, not bad. I take that. That's not bad. That's not bad shit right there.
Still will be
but like the bracket 2 is kind of crazy though.
But we're gonna find the overall aggregated scores in just a moment. Big picture though. LG Chivas, Riddle Order,
Vext Gaming. I think Vest aren't like
they are incredibly powerful. And it'll keep them at the top of the leaderboard for now. But as we come up on our third and final game of Storm Point, this is where having a game plan is going to start shifting once we move over to World's Edge. We talked about how when we start on Storm Point, you have the opportunity to really, truly take advantage of being better prepared than other squads. And we've seen that out of teams like Riddle, teams like Luminasi. We'll actually take a look back at the final circle.
And this is Riddle Order's perspective. So they're in this low ground, and Element 6, Entropic and E6, yes, they're in a pretty tough situation. They don't want to drop down because there's going to be that stagger time where they will give Riddle Order the first shot. And so both these teams don't want to climb up or drop down here and are just trying to poke at each other. Riddle Order get the better end of this. Not only that, they're fighting on 3 red Evos, which is 75 more armor than most of these teams had in aggregate, because a lot of purples, as you're seeing, they end up fighting. But it's not just that, it's the aggression, it's sending 1 and 2 ahead of time, allowing 1 Tappy to follow up, and just the effectiveness with which they slow played that circle. Sometimes being the biggest and brightest star is not the best thing.
It really pays off well for them as well. We could have figured this out on our own, I think. Riddle Order topped the leaderboards there, but Entropic are going to be feeling mighty good about themselves and start a fight with another excellent game. Not placing too high in the kills, but you're seeing that fundamental gameplay and the ability to call zones and play those to completion work really well for them.
I mean, if you looked at this coming out, a lot of the teams we saw, Riddle Order, Ganbare Otosan, Entropic, Start a Fight Esports, and Element 6. Would you have expected that top 5?
Would not have had them in that order.
Almost in any of those games. These teams we talked about, Furia, FaZe, Ascend, Vext, LG Chivas, TSM, Dreamfire, KCP, all in the back half in game 2. So Dia, what does this say?
Would you have had them in the bottom 10? And I will say that first day at LAN, this is still setting the stage. It's the time for, of course, these teams that perhaps didn't have as many international fans behind them to really jump forward.
Fury has only 3 points, Ascend has 2, Optic has 1, Vext has 1, FaZe has 0 points, Dreamfire. Now, we still have 4 games, Chad. Like, we still have 4 games. Anything can happen in 4 games, bro.
Like,
literally, FaZe can go from 0 to like 100.
While we're sorting out the scores, talk about Riddle Order and the way that they finished off that game.
Two games,
something that went
and the Storm Point, we still have World's Edge.
Was the timing with which they swung around onto Ganbare Otosan. There is very little space left that the ring gives Ganbare, and they push Ganbare as Ganbare is forced onto the high ground to take a multi-angle fight. It's a genius move from Riddle, and that's where timing is so important. It's not just the decisions, it's the split seconds in which they're made. we're still waiting for perhaps their opportunity to showcase that once again. We actually talked about the game plans coming out of these teams, and having seen how Luminosity have played things out coming into this game, it is still challenging to make your way through.
Well, we've got one of my favorite people here and one of the best stage hosts in the business play standing by with one of the best watch partiers. I guess that's how you call it, Wig, Greek? What do you guys think?
I guess we can go watch partiers, but nonetheless, you said it, one of the best watch parties out there. We're hanging out with Nice Wig and Greek down on the floor
Nice Wig.
as they are in London. London, show them some love one time
nice
over
Wig,
here. Nice Wig and Greek in the building. Oh man, Greek, talk to me about it. How has it been in London and watching these first 2 games with your boy?
Man, I'll tell you, it's been great. You know, me and Wig, we love what we do, and we're having a great time. And being in the arena this time around, man, the energy is just phenomenal. It just pushes us to just keep doing it, man. We never get tired. We never get tired.
You know, one of the best esports in the world with the best fans in the world and some of the best creators in the world as well. And it's electric in here. Wig, talk to me about it. We saw LG Chivas won. We saw Riddle Order, and also some insane in-games right there. How has it been for you so far?
It's been a good time, dude.
I wonder if this is actually his hair or is it
I'm happy to be in the arena.
It might be a
to
wig.
Experience all of this. I absolutely love seeing Riddle take a W. I think they're a dark horse, an underdog story here going in. And LG, man, you love those guys.
You gotta love those guys, okay? And you know what, when it comes down to watching your streams and watching your watch parties, you know, a lot of people come through and they learn so much about the game from a different aspect from you, okay? So you're out there teaching everybody how to play Apex Legends. The knowledge is there. Now, you talked about Chivas kind of being a dark horse or Riddle Order. Who do you think is gonna take this group?
Oh man, I still think Optic can come back and definitely take the W.
TSM.
You know, I think
TSM.
They are a fan favorite. I think they're a me and Greek favorite as well to take the wins here for the whole tournament. I can definitely expect them just coming back these next 4 games.
I think you're right on that one. We've seen what they could do before, but you know what? That's enough from us down here. We're vibing. If you guys want to see some more Wig, head on over to twitch.tv/NiceWig and check out the watch party. But that's going to do it for us. Let's get back into the action.
All right, look at that. And I want to watch party. It's just not the same.
Every time that I look at Wig, I'm just captivated by his hair.
I was going to say it had to be a hair
nice
thing. Yeah.
I thought it was a wig.
Only I could look at someone who had such nice hair. The way Greek gets to look at someone who has such nice hair. Obviously, you know, you're being modest and bashful. You got some hair compliments and makeup today earlier. Well, he's acting surprised. You know you got the compliments.
I'm
look at this guy's hair, dude.
Very,
Crazy.
very kind man.
Got a few hairstyles lined up.
You do. He has a few. Okay, so we're going to be surprised throughout it. I only get to cast with him for a couple of days. He's going to keep mixing it and mashing it, and it's going to be great whenever you're on, brother. I'm excited to see you continue to kill it. I will start hosting a little bit more towards the end of the day and as this tournament goes on. But having fun on Storm Point with you to open the show, and also Match 3 now closing Storm Point as well. There's been a bit of a story to Storm Point and the way this map has gone to relatively south zones in terms of the way that we can see Storm Point play, especially with those really north zones like Lightning Rod that can be very, very different.
Yeah, hasn't been favoring, say, teams like Vex that might like to move a little bit further north. I don't think that when you're landing over at things like Lightning Rod and High Point that your ideal zone is pulling up to you.
Wait.
But if it's landing somewhere more central in the map, I think it'll feel a lot better for them. If we're going by Cascade, for example, even by Wall, teams like Fury and Vex can feel a lot better because we saw what not having high ground did to Vex. They're used to approaching from the north, and as soon as they're placed on low ground up against TSM, they fell apart.
You know, what's interesting too when you really can see it is we get some fan shots as well, some content creators in the house, and we go back to KCP. Nasky got a little haircut, apparently. Usually he can hear us while we're on this mic, or at least he tries to.
He's got that sixth sense.
Yeah, he knows. He knows when the cameras. He knows when the cameras are on. When you take a look at, I think, the way these teams are playing it, you mentioned Vex. You've also mentioned some of these teams who are kind of trying to play on the outskirts of those northern sides and come down. Optic is one of them who seems to be transitioning south. It hasn't worked well for them. We've seen a Western team win, Ganbare Otosan, who kind of came, from that left side with Riddle Order. And Riddle Order ended up taking that win in this last game. We've also seen a Southern team in LG Chivas rotate and win and take that in game 1. So these zones, will they continue that way? We don't know, but it has kind of boded better for teams who are actually starting on the western or the southern side than some of those northern location teams. And sometimes, that's just the way things go.
Yeah, it's the reality of being in a battle royale, and it's why we're playing 6 games today.
Yeah.
If everything were consistent, we might just play 1. But because we've got variation,
I think that would go well. Just one game, decide the champion, fly back home. Yeah.
But because we have that variation in between games, in between rings, your ability to, even as a North team, be able to place in a position that gets you, I think the points that we were looking at were, say, like 6-7 points around, something like that, is what you're hoping for to have a still good day, even if your zones aren't going for you.
Listen, if you can get 5 points even, I think 6 and 7 is overperforming, but if you can be in that 4 to 6 range, you're in the mix, especially when you're a team that has a high caliber potential, like a TSM, like an Optic. You can win in those 26-point games. We'll find out, though, who is just heating up at the right time and who is running out of time on our final game of Storm Point before we transition into World's Edge, where things have been done but not dusted yet in Split 2, as we begin our journey to find another champion yet again. Will it be TSM, who have struggled slightly here? Will it be someone else? If anything, these 2 games have given us an indication, Dia, that we could very well see a different champion if it continues this way.
I'm not going to make any predictions about it, but I have to say, Rainday, that I'm excited about the journey that we'll take to get there, because already, start of the day, as you said, things have changed up big time for even international standings. We've seen with Riddle picking up a win and with Start a Fight picking up their 2nd place in the first game, 2 regions that are typically underestimated really come out swinging, and I don't expect that to stop, especially when we're on Storm Point. World's Edge is going to change everything, but the preparation these teams have put in, the perhaps unorthodox comps with Bloodhound, with Gibraltar, with Rampart and Crypto, that's changing everything.
The time to prove yourself is now. 5 months separate Split 1 from Split 2. The playoffs are where you write your name in history. Where will yours be etched on the 40 teams from around the world who have joined us for the ALGS Split 2 playoffs? We will find out as the dropship lets 20 of them go.
Keeping an eye on our early game contenders, we've got another mixed up drop from Noctum and the squad. Keep your eye on Kings, center of the map at the moment. The Gunbar Otosan finding their loot up over in Thunderwatch. We've still got plenty of ways that this match can play out.
Now fighting near E6, not necessarily engaged with them yet, is Noctum. As you mentioned, changed from the mill, went down to fish farms. That was maybe the fastest fight I've ever seen. LG, you don't want to be disrespectful, but there was an element of, didn't feel like it was much of a contest there whatsoever.
Yeah.
And of course, they decided that's not worth our time. Launchpad, a little team known as FaZe Clan. Sniped down Freck's funny head. Felt like we haven't talked about them for a while. That's because they died so early last game. And that's a hard thing to mentally stay ready for. Again, trying to be more conservative here, most likely, Dia, so they can get into that final zone and pick up some points before switching maps.
Thinking of the final zone, we still don't know where we're going. There's plenty of space in here, but with a ring pulling south once again. Reminder, this is not going antenna. That POI essentially excluded from this. We've got very few options.
That is wild. So we have seen one and then back to the other in terms of zone pulls. And we were just talking about sometimes that does make it difficult for some northern teams. Sometimes it makes it easier. In this map, the way it has gone, it feels like the northern teams are almost cannibalizing each other. We saw Fnatic get into trouble with TSM. We've seen Optic have trouble rotating. We've seen Vex have to take some crazy pathways. And Tia, what are you noticing here?
I mean, Noctum are setting up. This is cruel and unusual, but a team rotating likely out of checkpoint. This would be Ascend. Can easily be caught by Noctum. Anybody coming through this, and it's what they're setting up for. Game hasn't gone well for them. Day hasn't gone well for them, and they're ratting it up.
And it could be Ascend. You see Kashera. Oh my. Keep an eye on that map.
Oh my God.
Going straight into Noctum. We don't have this right now on your POV, but it would be great to see it because it's about to occur.
I'm just like watching the minimap and stunned that Kashera is alive.
And they're fighting. So we're watching Pioneers drive a Trident, but that thing you set up, Dia, great point. We'll see who comes out on it. We can at least follow it along with the map POV there.
Looks like it's going all right. Kashera, so dropped, it appears, as knockdown shield, not enough. Post-kill drops in the kill feed. That's to Kings, and we're going to see Noctem picking up their first kill points of the tournament. As it appears, Lufka has gotten away from them and up to checkpoint, but it's a big start and a bit of momentum regained by Noctem.
Well, they tried something different. Probably ended up working out for them. Great spot out there as well, as KCP keep making the rounds.
And this is off of a terrible landing spot as well. I mean, Noctem didn't get cascade. They played low ground. It was not excellent by any means. And, well, we've been on the road with Pioneers in the meantime, so we may as well talk about what they're looking for as their rotation takes them up through shipfall. This is a rotation specifically meant to challenge the position that Complexity and Luminosity Gaming held in game number 1.
And what's great is that when you have a map like Stormpoint with Tridents, you can make these types of rotations early enough to where they're viable. Over the next minute and a half, I would say, these spots start to get taken and you don't have that access. And so most of the time the question is, yes, we could do it, but is it worth it? Are we at the right time? KCP, because Dreamfire does not go to mill this time around, they say it's not worth contesting. And obviously we don't have Noctem joining them as well, which they had in game 1. They have the chance to rotate early enough to get that southern side and pull here. So all those little things that you may not be paying attention to, maybe as a viewer at home, impacting the greater meta of how the circle is going to be with KCP now fully cemented in the southern side as a threat.
Yeah, it's funny because especially when we get to end zones, it's very easy to look at Apex Legends go, it's a game of split seconds.
Yeah.
Because that's what it comes down to so fabulously in final rings.
Right.
But even in early game, it's also the case because of the rotations that you talked about, this opportunity that's opened up for KCP to take to the south side of the map instead of having to play things out from the western side. Now they have still been challenged. Optic Gaming currently hold the high ground, and with a position like this, they can play Gravity Cannon in the nearby area rather confidently, and it looks like they're trying to set up for a bit more of a conservative approach, not trying to overextend under Gravity Cannon as Complexity did last game, but instead saying, if you want Gravity Cannon, take it. We're going to shoot you.
A big initial rotation from Imperial Hal and TSM. Verholz reps following along. It's FaZe, who smell this one, though, coming a mile away. They see, is it worth trying to contest? Frex definitely wants something. Not sure if they know who they're going to be going up against here, though, because now, even though they are looking to hit 78, with the charge rifle, good amount of damage from Frex, it's still a far way to push off that damage if they do want to try to finish this fight.
It's funny that TSM, like right over their heads, take a different rotation from game 1, and FaZe go, no, we're running that back. we're going to try that one more time. They're literally trying to push the exact same building with this Catalyst wall, and it takes one good beat from Frex. They haven't got any shield breaks yet. They are just raw taking this fight.
I wonder if this is a FaZe that's frustrated and knows that they've got to do something big, or else try to make it up on World's Edge. They have now gotten scanned as
slow out in the open.
Possibly just looking for an opening, but you're right, Tia. Nothing has really given them the go-ahead to really push past this. These boxes are the final place they can hold.
Sniper is running bound.
Getting a little bit too aggressive for their own good. Frex now taking the ire of somebody else's rifle from the side and almost there. Hits the barricade with the Catalyst passive, but goes down to Verholz, who might have been on high there, actually around the corner, who cleans up one.
Of course it was Verholz to open things up for TSM. Through the wall, he opens up with a punch and cleans up with the R99. Hal takes the 1v1. Verholz still clutches it up as ever. That's why you pick him up. That's why Big E stays.
That was a good fight. FaZe lost, but you can't take it away from them.
Reps does a good amount of damage, but this is what has happened to TSM twice now.
Verholz, please!
And now Hal has to make it up. He got revived. That is fine. But he has to do a little bit more damage in this fight. He certainly has. He's gotten one, he's gotten two. They tried it from Big E, looking to finish it off. They have certainly survived. Maybe not getting the kills, but they've done what they need to for TSM to stay.
Gotta love Big E, Chad.
Verholz clutches things up for TSM, not to the tune of them just staying alive, to the tune of 3 KP. Good lord.
Big E doesn't miss.
And I mean, that's just...
If there's something you can't take away from Verhos, is his aim.
Evan's development as a player, as an anchor. I mean, this has obviously been his role, but having to do something like that when you have the mobility of a Valkyrie that you're used to, relearn a character, almost retrain bad habits, because Valkyrie let you do things that you shouldn't normally be able to do on characters who don't have jetpacks, right? Now being able to take that in stride and then perform at the highest of high levels, it's one of the reasons his teammates like Hal and Reps praise him so much for the effort that he puts in. But it's also moments like this where anybody who's a non-believer starts to say, okay, he's working with something that most players aren't working with. He's cooking with some spices that aren't available to the public. And that's just what Verhulst does for this team.
As you said,
guy puts cheese on his freaking rice.
Ludicrous. Really heads up play, much like actually Frex had for FaZe as well. Just to wall off with the Pharaoh fluid, create another door, make sure that there was another angle of entry that was sealed off to keep TSM safe. It's that presence of mind combined with the fragging ability that makes Verhulst so great. And I'm sure we'll get the chance to talk about him a little bit later. It's been a couple minutes, so let's talk a little bit about Ascend as they make their rotation in. A late one, to be sure.
The team that had a chance to change history, to give EMEA its first championship in quite a while in Apex, and maybe even their first in this modern era of the ALGS, certainly would be. And
but if any wins this tournament,
that would do that. Ascend, trying to find their form that they were in heading into split one.
Like that just means that
they still have all the pieces. They play the game differently. They play it slower. They play it more methodically. They play zone. They don't run and gun, but they take some of the best fights and they make sure they are involved in some of these final lobbies. And they're always dangerous. Furia here, though.
Crazy.
Is Watson on the fuse? That's something that we didn't see before, and wow, certainly a different choice.
His Watson can definitely run any car.
I want to see how it plays out, because over the course of the past two games, Fuse has done more or less nothing for Furia. They've had a few awkward fights. They've gone down again awkwardly.
What I don't understand, right?
Fuse hasn't provided them extra pressure because Fuse does so well from a power position already. When Furia rotating in late, when these southern zones happen,
but the thing is, like, World's Edge is next, and World's Edge, they are going to change
composition. That used to be the job of Zeratricky and Panders, who would rotate off of the Horizon, Fuse, and of course be able to play the Bangalore. Zeratricky now able to still keep on the Bangalore, but they've opted in towards the Catalyst. Is this just a sign of how strong, you know, really the newest character in competitive is? We change a couple of POVs here.
I'd argue so. Oh no.
Game crashed.
Furia.
The game crashed.
Around the outside.
The game crashed.
As the zone continues to pull towards the south, LG were still the ones playing in the exact same position as previously, and KCP still also playing conservatively out of the low ground by Shipfall.
Well, that game probably not going to need to analyze that one anymore.
Fair enough.
We will obviously
I didn't know
information as that goes. No, it was great. I mean, it's fantastic. I don't think we're going to need to know that one for this
so
one.
the game
However,
crashed, chat, and FaZe has a second chance to fight TSM in that exact spot.
And as we get some good information here, we will continue on into the game. That was on this side, so yes, the panic has been averted. We can settle back into where we were. I know a lot of players and a lot of viewers holding their breath on that one. I was myself, but we are back in. So Dia, I stand corrected. Go back to a little bit of that commentary because we are still alive.
KCP are like, whew, we get to hang on to this position because it is a really good one.
Yeah.
If anybody else had been playing through this south side in game one, they would have had a really strong argument for making it into the top three. And a large part of this is because of the rock cover that you have as you move up the high ground.
And look at this. I mean, if you have a chance to bring up the map, we can kind of show you the situation as it is. This is also getting very interesting too, so we may want to stay on this and do map in a second.
Oh, he's Watson versus TSM. Let's go. FaZe versus Furia versus TSM.
They won.
You gotta love this fight.
Beforehand. They are there, except now instead of complexity, it is KCP in the middle of complexity where they were. So it's going to be very interesting. Right now, though, TSM versus Furia. Oh boy, this is a fight of juggernauts here. Hal goes down early to the Prowler and Zeratricky.
just keep getting pushed, and TSM unable to hang on to the building, losing Furia Hal to the full thirst. Panders opens things up. The controller Demon taking a wide swing with Zera. A wall will save you briefly, but not for long, as TSM have just one member left standing, and Furia are going to let them go for now, taking a reset for the next minute.
And this is Verholz's job, right? When things go bad, even though you're not in that Valkyrie, get out of there, stay alive, try to salvage something. But Furia, man, reminding me of days of old. 3 red shields running at you like there is nothing that you can do to stop their pace. And the fact that you just saw them decimate TSM after TSM
Furia is like, one of the
shows you
best
exactly how
3v3
good
fighters. I think Furia is
this
best
is
3v3.
working really
Yo, Chad,
well,
do you think there's anybody that can beat
really well
Furia in a 3v3 fight? Like, is there any team that can beat Furia in a 3v3 fight?
To work with.
Exit can beat Furia in a 3v3
They don't have the option
fight.
like many squads to rotate through the center of antenna, but instead
likely have
only
to rotate I think
around
only
the
exit beats
outside,
Furia
making use of Panders and the Catalyst wall as a pure rotational tool. It'll work wonders for them, but as we approach the end game, things are still going to be just as tough.
Good shots from the Nemesis, a weapon that is, well, ever since its introduction, been one of the go-to weapons for high level. And of course, casual fans who love doing things like that. TSM finally goes down. They won't get an extra placement point. It was just a matter of extending the time alive as Verholz finally falls to his Watson, Zeratricky, and Panders on Furia, who, yes, albeit not having a great start, but with this game, have a chance to kind of turn the tides and get back into winning ways heading into World's Edge.
And because you've got both the Catalyst and Bangalore, they do have a better chance of making it out of the low ground than TSM did in Game 1, but it's still going to be pretty rough. Complexity, interestingly enough, holding a very similar position as well. Do have to go up against Optic this time and are forced to hug this south side rock instead. Their backs now exposed to KCP.
Beforehand, Complexity was the team in this type of position that took down TSM on the rotation. Now Complexity looking to do it to an entirely different team here in Optic Gaming. But remember, there's Entropic behind them as well. Dreamfire even behind them. You can see it coming from the little tunnel underneath. And so Complexity kind of sitting on the top of the castle, making sure that they've got vision on anyone who would dare go into their lands. And I think this is where Complexity realizes this is a winning spot as long as we can hold it and as long as that zone pulls, and it does pull for Complexity, but now they're getting even closer to KCP, so the question is, does KCP let Complexity sit underneath them?
Everything changes and everything stays the same. With Kashara down, Ascend do have just a few moments to pull off this res, but they should be able to. Complexity, however, go down in the meantime.
Eliminated. I mean, that happened so fast. I was going to call for it, Dia, but we didn't have time. Right now, Postkill's got to do something fantastic. Watson fences, might get a little damage. Not enough. That's it, Ascend out of there. Riddle Order, yet again, first place in this lobby with 36 points. Winners of game 2 and looking to keep it going.
And Tappy is playing really well on Bloodhound, a pick that not a whole lot of teams are finding stock in. Has actually made some waves with the ability
I don't know how Furia always have red
on these
shield.
fights, now open things
It's
up
almost like
his
the
ultimate.
spawn
Anders
shield.
continues to farm, taking down Yukio. 12 squads left, and Furia, as ever, take down one and go, all right, we'll take some more.
It's so hard to fight a team that loves to fight because they're never surprised and they're always ready to go just as hard in terms of the aggression. Furia, again, more red shields, more knuckle clusters, more mother loads. It has been such an aggro comp, but it has worked for them. And I continue to spot out the fact that Furia has played this game when they've been successful differently than the rest of the teams in this lobby. They've decided we do not necessarily care about being first place, but we will have more kills than you, and we will be in the mix so that we will ultimately be in contention for the overall points leaders on the day.
Now Furia strictly don't have to and shouldn't push this. Even with Yukio low, their Riddle Order have bigger problems in the form of the ring. Furia just need to keep them at bay and think about the rotation that will take them further to the south. With the tower going down by them, evac won't be the way, but instead, options for the Catalyst wall do arise as Furia need to make their way forward. What is Watson cooking with?
Benefits of having that passive. Fuse able to launch arc stars, grenades, any ordinances farther and with more accuracy. And he also has those knuckle clusters that can stay as damage over time ticks to avoid areas or clear areas out for him and his team. It has been a tough run. They've probably taken down Riddle order, but have they sacrificed themselves? The only thing is the Dark Veil may be buying time for Panders, but that's most of Furia in trouble. Watson crawling. He's
good
probably
fight.
Get down to the zone, but can Zera tricky make it? I think he can.
He just is what he sees sometimes when the zone doesn't put towards him.
Unfortunately goes down, but Furia can still play this one out as a duo. Up on the high ground, and Tropic have just Nasky, evidently, ahead of them as KCP have fallen apart a little bit. As the Dark Veil drops, we're going to be saying goodbye to yet another squad. Furia going down, and KCP for the moment alive, but it's a formality.
And you won't believe it, 9 squads left. It feels like at the same time, there's only a few that matter. And if you had seen the map, you would know, because it is LG Chivas, Yanya, Jaguares, and Niazul in the exact same position with no competition for that spot where they won game 1 with 26 points. Can they do it again? It certainly feels that way, Dia.
It does. The big change here is that there's another contender. We've got Pulverex on an early rotation playing the spot that previously was held by Startify. It is Vexed. Struggle for their lives. Around the outside should be all right for now, but as the timer ticks down, it's going to be the ring that really kills Vexed here.
Round the outside, round the outside. Almost had me dancing to Eminem up in here. Now, though, trying to figure out if they can put the pieces together on top, because you're right. Yes, there is this engagement going uphill, but some of this KP could be extremely pivotal for these teams and just those little placements heading into World's Edge and also to end this first group stage and just make it that much easier into qualifying for our winners brackets. Ganbare Otosan having a big climb, but they've got the mobile shield escorting them like VIP security. Jung-hee's gonna take a little bit of damage. Castle Wall comes down. They've got the high ground here as well. Jung-hee trying to play off it as best he can.
Ganbare Otosan are crushing from the high ground, and Jung-hee's Newcastle is pivotal. He's able to slide down PK shot to the mouth, and Moist go down. Start a fight, go down. Ganbare Otosan run the hillside, but now they get gotten dropped on. Vexed fall as well as a duo. Can Ganbare Otosan come over this hill?
F-John.
That was
He's
the
still
hardest
alive.
fight
He's going
in
at
this
the
world.
#1 seed in APAC North.
If you had won that fight, they would have
we
told you
are
Haka.
here to play. Meltzera getting melted, but he drops back. It's just too good for Fnatic, and Umi-chan Lovechi has just too much health. But guess what? It is the LG Chivas boys who are here to spoil the party of APAC North. They're trying to go for not just their first, but their second win. Niazul claims one with the help of Yanya. Can they claim another? Is this Fnatic falling? More importantly, is this LG with their second win of the day in game number 3, Dia? It is!
The shield swap is perfect, and the win is undoubted. That was, again, not even close for LG. We go south, and they are taking it every time.
I love it. LG Chivas have said that we may be from Mexico, but we feel like we're right at home here in London. We do not care about who is in front of us, and they proved it not just once, but twice. 2 wins in 3 of the opening games, having to deal with the adversity of the restarts and to still have this composure. This is the LG Chivas we have been waiting to see at LAN. This is the team that has a chance to win it all.
Clean, practiced, and looking good on this first day. And in the first map of the day, LG are clearly consistently above the rest, and I'm not expecting that to change when we move over to World's Edge, because LG never struck me as a Storm Point-centric squad. Yes, they look good, but I think they're going to continue to look better.
And the thing is, we do have to be very aware to play devil's advocate, and that's what I like to do with these conversations, because they did get the same zone twice.
Yes, that's true.
But the thing is, there's also this quality of, there are teams who got the same zone twice but weren't in that position, a la Complexity. They couldn't make it into that final circle.
Yeah.
Same zone happened. We did not see Fnatic in there as a top 2, right? And so they're able to play the same situation differently. It's a testament to both those teams who can make adjustments. It's also a testament to a team that gets delivered something that they should close on, and they actually close on it, not once, but twice.
Yeah, I really liked even seeing Pulverex be able to take a power position in Ring 5 not 6, as they did get a little bit antsy.
Alright, we're going to World's Edge now, chat. So
I'm
just because like World's Edge,
let me do my thing.
World's Edge is a slightly different map.
We love some FJ
so you're going to see
ALGS.
like
we
other
also,
teams,
just love some high energy
shit on the World's Edge
to a tournament that's going to last 4 days. The beauty of this, Dia, is we're just seeing glimpses and peaks of what these teams can produce if they can end up maintaining this pressure. But obviously there's still a lot of drama to unfold, a lot of things, bumps in the road I'm sure that they'll have to face. But so far it has looked good for LG Chivas as well, who are our standouts alongside Riddle Order in the first 3 games.
It really has. And with our 2 winners, I'm still looking at Start a Fight and going, well, last game perhaps not that great for them, but multiple two top 5 placements is going to be a great start for the team. As you mentioned, Riddle Order looked good. Fnatic had their moments, and we've still got plenty of squads that, while they haven't picked up a win, have been really active in the mid game. I'd even include Complexity in that.
Well, Dia, it's been fun, man. We're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll have some new casters up here in a moment, but not some new desk. Well, maybe a new member of the desk as we throw it back down to Glitter Explosion. Lauren to kick us off their little halftime report. Lauren?
Rain Day, Dia, fantastic job kicking off our playoffs here. You're right, we've got a new addition to the desk. All right, we've brought RKN, IGL for Sentinels, up here to hang out with us, be one of our expert analysts for the entire weekend. First of all,
this guy was playing a while ago.
What are your impressions on the competition so far?
Of course, I mean, honestly, I'm just honored to be here. I'm honored to have the invite and get a chance to represent some of like North American intel as far as the game goes. As far as the competition has gone so far, I think we're getting to see a lot of what we've been waiting to see from a few of the regions that maybe haven't performed like as we expected. APAC North and South America.
I don't know, man. Like right now, I don't think from the way she's looking like, I'm just going to assume that any teams have not really like gotten their bearings on the events. And you know, it's Storm Points. It started with Storm Points, and you know, there are some teams who are like super crazy in Storm Point. There are some other teams who are super crazy in World's Edge, you know. So I can't judge right now. That's what I would say. I can't really judge how it's going right now. But after the first World's Edge game, then we'll know like what's happening. Like, you know, who's gonna take this, you know. We just need to see that World's Edge game to be able to beat our chest and be like, okay, this is what's happening right now. So because for World's Edge, right, we got Fury, our crazy World's Edge team, we got TSM, Optic, you know, all the bosses, we have them in World's Edge. So, you know, like let's just see how World's Edge goes. 16 kills by Fnatic, man. Bro, I'm telling you, last year when I think I was talking about because I did a watch party last year too. So I was talking about Ascend last year. I'm like, because I've been watching a lot of EMA region gameplay, and I was telling people about, bro, EMA are actually crazy. They've been doing a lot and all that shit, and people were like, oh, like NA is just gonna like swoop them because NA has the best roster and all that stuff. So I don't know, this year, as you guys can see, EU have pulled up with the fire. So let's see how World's Edge goes. Let's see, because a lot of teams, you know, they just do better in World's Edge. So FaZe currently have 0 points. FaZe currently has 0 points, no kills, no placement point. But it's just the first thing, so they still have a shit ton of time. It's not like, you know, it's time. Everybody's chilling.
you know, LG coming out really strong. I mean, that's my personal pick for the day. I couldn't be more excited for them. I know I see Fnatic on there. I know that was Tiff's choice for the day.
It definitely was. And to no surprise, we were watching a lot of their engagements, especially in the building when they were taking on Moist. Umichan able to just take the front edge there, make sure he was dealing all the damage, allowing for a quick reset to happen for the teammates. But that was against Moist, Genome. And talk to me a little bit more about their performance, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was a really solid game one for those guys. Obviously, I think it was the top 3, and then we had some great overheads of watching the other 2 teams just completely ignore each other and put a crossfire on Moist. It was a little tough for them. I don't think they could have got any better than 3rd, but Waltzy was popping off. You know, was kill leader at some point during that first game at the very least. So it was a good start to them. Slowed down a little bit since there, but you know, Moist have been someone who have been just so consistent, especially you know, almost ramping up towards the finals. They're a team that you expect to do fine, just get through to the finals, and that's where they shine when the game is at its tightest.
Then on the flip side of that, we even saw on that second page some potential surprises. We saw Ascend on the second half of the page. We saw FaZe down there. We saw Hunted Gaming down there. And you know, all teams that we know can have these phenomenal performances, so we'll have to see how they're able to hit it. But let's take a look at the story overall for our series here between groups C and D. Because there are going to be a few things that jump out here at me personally, and I'm looking at some of the high KP we're getting already out of some of these teams over here.
Oof.
I think another big thing to point out that was extremely pivotal to LG's success is game 1, like we said, Noctem was supposed to be contesting them in fish farms, but they opted instead to try and third party to contest at mill, which ultimately frees up the zone for LG to win game 1.
Anything else that you can see on here, Tiff, as we continue to look down this story here? I mean, you talked about Moist Esports a little bit, some nice games on the board. They did slow down, like Genome said, but GO, I mean, it really is just an APAC and South American story right now.
It is right now, and that's what we needed to see. I said earlier today that APAC North is only one team that has secured a position in the champs, and a lot of the teams from APAC North and these other regions, that's where they're setting their sights. They are looking towards, obviously, they want to split 2 playoffs to win here, but it's championship in the picture. And when I spoke to Riddle's coach, that was primarily what they were focusing on for this split, and they're coming in strong. They win map number 2, and one of the coolest things is Yukio is actually such a large streamer from that region. We were talking about it. You know how they always say CEO, Imperial Hal of North America? Well, that's Yukio for that region. And it's so exciting to see them performing well here.
Yeah, I mean, look, APAC North doing really well, right? I mean, that second game final circle was something that I had so much fun watching, right? The bank smokes, the Watson fences, everything was in play there, and the architecture of that final circle just made it such a tight finish, right? All these kind of you know, denial of movement sort of abilities in play made it go right down to the wire.
All right, well, we've only got you up here for a little bit of time, Arcan. Obviously, want to get a little bit more of your thoughts specifically on LG. Starting off the entire weekend, 3 games in, 2 of them being wins going in their favor. How does that make you feel about them overall for this weekend?
I think like with any teams, and especially in a game like Apex, your first game, your first day in general, the showing that you bring out is what sets up the momentum for your whole tournament. Like here we have game 1, them taking a pivotal fight against Complexity, which ultimately secures them God spot, and ultimately what that leads to is they have a cleanup just to win game 1. And that's ultimately off the back of the fact that Noctem didn't contest them.
Yeah, especially when Startified Esports puts all of their attention directly on the duo of Moist. They decide, hey, this is our time to shine. Let's pick up these 2 eliminations, and then we'll have a quick reset and turn our sights to the fight for the win.
A fascinating little, turn of events in Game 3 with Noctem was when, they gave up those contests and they actually just started at Spiders, and then we saw them ratting, trying to predict a rotation through that tunnel and just take the loot away from somewhere else, from another team, right? Such a risky play. You're not necessarily, you have to make that call so early. Do you even know where the circle's going? You have to be able to guarantee that someone's going to be able to come through there. And, those rotations, like maybe if it's in the middle of the map, you can do that. Maybe there's always going to be someone going through there. But yeah, it's honestly a really risky play. I kind of like it, but we don't see that at LAN very often.
I mean, a lot of prep and time
I can never forget that
getting
shit
ready
I
for these events on behalf of our teams. But a lot of prep goes into what we have to do as casters in order to make sure we're ready for these events as well. So we wanted to give you a little bit of a peek behind the curtain and see what happens in our Apex classroom.
Okay, everybody, listen up! My name is Professor Rainday. And today we are going to be talking about, hold on, that's my night class. Apex Legends. Okay? I'm gonna ask you guys the hardest Apex Legends questions I can think of.
Let me try and answer. Guys, let's try and answer this.
I'm gonna be ready for it. Start with you, in the corner, Goody Two Shoes. Split one playoffs winner.
TSM, aka Team Solo Mid.
TSM.
Not bad. Not bad. All that studying paid off. You, bow tie. Damage points from a wingman body shot.
45.
Impressive.
Oh, boy, okay.
You?
Okay, I thought you mean like highest damage.
Stick.
Not so bad yourself.
Split one playoffs MVP.
That would be Hal.
Actually,
really? No.
That would be Imperial Hal,
Crazy.
CEO of Apex. Put some respect on it.
Nice.
Right. Well done, first row. All right, middle row, to the left. How many teams qualified from APAC?
Yeah, that'd be...
Hey, north and south, okay?
14, mate.
I don't know that.
Why are you sitting backwards?
Because I'm Australian, mate?
Oh, crikey. Had no idea. All right. I know you got my class, but... All right, Miss Lip Gloss, if you could stop applying for 1 second, I got a question. Who's got the best hair in Apex?
Effect.
He is a good-looking man. All right, Shakespeare, your turn. How many games did the Split One playoffs end in?
8.
That's correct. You guys are all doing a little better than I thought you would. Okay, keep it up. Back row, preppy look. Who's got the best trash talk in Apex?
It would have to be the not-so-sweet dreams.
Oh, sweet dreams. All right.
Okay. All right.
Energy.
You in the back. Who's the best professor in Apex?
Professor Rende?
Damn right.
God, he's
And
dead,
look
guy.
who decided to show up on time today.
Spider team.
Finally. All right, one question for you. Who's the only European to win a land event in Apex?
GMW on Reignite.
I know you can have bubblegum in the class, but you're correct.
Yeah, let's go!
Let's go!
Let's go!
Who the hell are you?
I'm your new stage host, Blaze. But enough about that. You should have saw the 1v3 that I got outside. Collat with the Kraber and to the shotty to the body. So good!
In that case, welcome to the team. Good to have you.
Yo, happy to be here, but why are y'all dressed like that?
We don't even have a cricket team.
It's because we're out here playing some Apex, maybe onset playing some cricket. What is good, everybody out here in the Copper Box Arena? I'm Vicky Kitty, and I'm joined with the one and only Genome. This duo coming through for the first time. And Genome, after those first 3 games, you broke it down with the action perfectly with the rest of the desk. Come on, we are out here looking at APAC North really popping off. LG coming through, LG Chivas, by the way. Love seeing this team also find that success. But you know, I may not be able to blow some gum out here on the casting desk. Could do it when Rain Day is teaching some things every so often. Sometimes he gets upset, sometimes he's cool with it.
I mean, look, you mentioned the cricket, man. I mean, I've got to apologize for the Aussies for that one. I can tell you it was written by someone, you know, who was who's down 2-1 in the Ashes right now. Might have been an Englishman. Just saying. Just saying. Wasn't my script. Anyway, look, it was a good little bit of fun there, but we are going to get onto some more, of course, in the second half of this series, Vicky. As you said, you know, Riddle Order coming out with the middle win there. LG with 2. I mean, now LG is a team we've seen do so well in group stages before, and I'm kind of expecting them to do really well here, but that's the question that's always in my mind. Can that translate to a finals lobby, right? We're always looking ahead. Is LG the same team at the start of the weekend as they are at the end?
I want to say that it's possible, because let's look back on their performance in the very first split of LAN. They were lackluster and very inconsistent. One day they came out swinging. I think they, one game, had 17 kills alone, almost replicating that in their success in game number 1 where they secured 14 kills. But it's about the consistency, right? But then you have the APAC North teams looking at Fnatic right behind them in the overall score, coming through from APAC North. Riddle Order, the same thing, right behind Fnatic. You got Ganbare Otosan. As we take a look at this flyby on World's Edge, we're transitioning to a different map where some teams may have more of the edge versus where they don't feel comfortable on Storm Point.
Yeah, exactly. The edge. Maybe they're playing edge, maybe they're playing zone, maybe it changes depending on what they've been able to grab over here as we switch over to World's Edge. You can see there, Mirage Trois, always a bit of a scuffle between Staging and Lava Fissure, depending on who can assert their dominance over there. Dreamfire, they're at their home over at Countdown. Love that. MDY White looking to take both Monument and Fragment. Nice little pickup for them.
And I love the changes that we have onto World's Edge. Getting the flyby here as the arena coming through with their lit up signs. I love feeling this energy, and it's just day number 1 here, Genome. Talk about the times, people waking up, people coming in from work, and I'm excited to see how the work is put down here for World's Edge, because you highlighted some teams that are comfortable with the POIs that they have been able to claim here, but I'm also looking at the northwest side of this map being as congested as it is. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that early 50-50 go down between Skyhook West or even Trials.
This was my drop spot.
Yeah, we've got 2 teams
guys.
by
You guys
the looks
remember,
of it over there
this
in
was my drop
Trials.
spot.
Same with Thermal Station. We've got the
Shinobi
hot zone, and it's definitely
and,
going to be a little bit hot down
Shinobi
here.
and
We
Leicester,
start
bro.
a fight. A
good
classic
times.
contest, honestly, as far as LAN go. You can remember Alliance
Good times, man.
getting in this into previous ones.
Oh my gosh, with the Devo off the rip and the Wingman to start a fight. They get the trade here, knock for knock, as Hiraka is going to get taken out. She's going to be able to solidify that knock, but taking
Those
things
are good
slowly here
times,
too.
chat.
As Osquin also has the blue
I
Evo
love
shield
this
up rip. We
POI.
love that, but this also transcends
miss
into the
Shinobi,
composition
bro.
that you're going into with
Playing
this
with
50-50
Shinobi was like,
contest. You have the catalyst out here to make sure
when I was
that
playing
those
Call of
are
Duty,
gonna
it was
be
me and
reinforced
Uncle
to take
Bonus,
some
me and
cover.
Uncle Bonus.
As in Tropic, the squad that
We're
is
like,
going for these 50-50s.
dude,
They lost
Apex,
on
me
Hiraka,
and
but they're on the high
Shinobi.
ground here.
Yeah, look, interesting decision here though, right? Like, they let them get the res off. They are up in the 2v3. They don't want to give up the high ground, but have they given them just a little bit too much space as they pull down with the res off? The man advantage is enough for them to get over the top. Well done to start a fight.
Look who's contesting Optic right over here. It's going to be Ascend in Big Mud, finding the first knock onto Dropped. This is absolutely huge here. Cher not going to heal. He's instead going to try to close in the gap alongside Postkill, trying to find the last straggler, just trying to run away out here. Gets that knock here, and Optic Gaming out in 19th. Talk about some early game action right now, Genome.
Damn, yeah, look, I was talking them up at the start of today. Not a great start to their World's Edge. Only caught the last end of that fight, so hard to say, some of the factors that went into that, but certainly we'll have to keep an eye on that for the future games as well. But look, I guess if we think back to the first half of this series, Vicky, the first game on Storm Point, tons of contests. They did filter out as the games went on, and teams decided that, maybe game 2, game 3, they're going to change it up, play a little bit safer, take one of those less desirable POIs. So we'll have to see if Optic has, the ego or the humility.
My first time watching comms.
Especially when you have so much to lose.
I've been watching comms since I was...
If you don't want to split that big mod area,
I've been watching comms for the last over 10 years. I watched comms. I started watching comms in Street Fighter back in...
the changes that we have within the season on World's Edge. You got a lot to work with here. If you take a look
back
at
in
where the circles are
PlayStation.
Exactly, and now that Ascend have cleared that out, they've got priority into this zone. It's a clear run from them. That said, lots of other teams already stacking it up down near launch site, where it does look like the ring could be pulling.
Actually insane with how quick, look at this, the amount of teams
that
have gone right off the bat to make that
tournament
quick
I ever watched
rotation
was
here.
Street Fighter
It is
tournament.
absolutely
I started with
congested.
Street
Launch
Fighter,
site. Looks like there's
then
a
I
Loba also
moved
with the
to
black
Call
market
of
right there
Duty.
too, so you could actually
Now I watch
secure
Call of
that
Duty, I
final
watch
circle
Street
godlike
Fighter, I watch
position without having
Apex,
to
I watch
overextend it.
Injustice.
This is why we love Big
I
Mod.
watch
This is
Injustice
why.
more.
You got the gold guns that you can work with and the golden color code.
I mean, that gun has so much damage in one single clip right now. As far as SMGs go right now, the Prowler is definitely up there. I mean, you can see over here we've got Entropic after winning that that contest there. That means you know, they could have gotten to the zone earlier if they had had the quick rotation. But Thermal obviously being one of those zones that you sometimes like to play a little bit more slowly, craft up and then move in. They kind of don't have that choice because they had to slow down just to take that early fight.
Crazy here, and it's the black market that we were talking about. Pulverix are going to be able to utilize that while also holding down to this building. And with the rampart too, you have those amp barriers to put down even more damage on top of that. Again, it's about not having to overextend when you are already in a great position. Sometimes we do see these circles pull towards that southern building, so we have to see if that is going to end up happening, especially if there is a ring beacon in that area. FaZe also taking their time to rotate away from Tree. But it's more of these teams like KCP, who land in Mirage Etoile, like you mentioned before, splits that with Lava Fisher before they start playing around the edge, now entering through the staging spot.
Yeah, just looking around at FaZe there, they kind of posted up in Tree. If I can see correctly, I don't think they got the beacon over at staging, so they might be a little lost, honestly. Maybe they took a punt and said it's going to end at Tree. Maybe they are looking to play more of that gatekeep angle, but either way, you can see most of the teams have filtered down towards either launch site or the south end of Siphon.
But you know what's even crazier here too, Genome? With Luminosity winning 2 games that we've had so far on Stormpoint, which is the team that lands in launch site? That's the Luminosity's POI, so they have the advantage off the rip to hold on to that southern building in launch site and to wait, especially if there's a ring console right there. They're going to be sitting in a good spot here as Moist Esports take into position right on the south side of Lava Siphon. They're in the line of sight of another team who's taking some shots at them.
Yeah, Moist, you know, they've got some happy memories around here, right? Split 1, that's where they took
so in the
out the
crafter,
victory in
there's
that
3 times scope,
back-to-back
stock, blue
win,
backpack, and a purple
that
helm.
put them into contention for the Split 1 playoffs. So just a little bit of, you know, a little bit of rose-tinted glasses for them. They're feeling good. They're feeling happy here. Okay start to this series. We're having a look at Complexity. You know, that great story from Monsoon coming out last night. You love to see it. The man has been desperately trying to get to land for quite some time now. And here we go. He's made it. Let's see what kind of impact he can have.
I love the story that you highlight with Monsoon. Aside from the conversation that we've been able to have with him, it's players like Monsoon and Snipe that I love seeing back here in LAN. Yes, Monsoon was here last LAN, but he was here as a substitute. He's now here with this team. He's trying to get in through that redemption arc as 18 squads are still left here. Complexity trying to set themselves up on the edge of launch site, just trying to take a little head glitch here.
This is a very important game, chat.
On the Bloodhound too, by the way. We've seen that once, I believe, on Stormpoint too, so it's very interesting to see the composition swaps between the 2 maps.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic, right?
Yeah.
Blood and Bang. That's, you know, it was always, basically from the start of the game, it was kind of how it was conceptualized, right? You put the smoke down, you scan through it, you have the advantage over the other team. So they're kind of going back to basics with that composition.
Oh, no.
As we see Tappy not in the best position here. Stun, what was that, an EMP coming through? Maybe it was just an Arc Star. He only took a little bit of damage, but you can see, obviously, Pulverix here in a world of trouble.
Sort of Order just holding on for their life down there. Pulverix losing out on Shundo. Won't be able to help them out. Black Hole called in, sucking them in and preventing the res from being able to pull off if he could try to crawl inside that building. So that's already off the table here. Saku's going to be able to reset with that shield, but not going to overextend again. They're just going to hold on to that building as they should, but they have to look to their back if any other squad wants to try to contest them from behind.
I mean, who knows? They've got the low black market, right? Perhaps a mobile respawn beacon shows up in the black market at some point. Maybe they can just pop that down if they can hold on to that position for long enough.
It's very smart, too, to look at that because right now the Moby is not in the weekly rotation of the Crafter. I believe it is the purple helmet and the purple bag.
You can see Hal's got one there.
Yeah, he's just waiting right there, too. They play extremely patient. You don't have to worry about the ammo, too, with the black market as more teams make their rotation over to the south side of launch site.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was a rough position that Shumi was in without that crypto drone. I doubt they would have been able to get the banner either. So Pulverix looking for that reset, but I mean, they're in prime position, but as far as defensive characters go, Crypto's okay, but you'd rather have a Caustic, a Watson, a Newcastle, something like that to hold this building that they're in. Cat would be perfect.
Yeah. Could you see Pulverix here as we see Roy popping off in the feed? 18 squads still left here and counting.
Oh, against MDY White once again. We've actually seen that scuffle a few times already this early in the LAN. The Apex Out teams going head-to-head. And here we go. KCP versus FaZe over here at Tree.
FaZe has been here for a really long time. Double Seer ult. looking like the compare contrast tables that I do not want to see out in my screen, but it's about the information here that KCP could rely on while still holding onto the roof right above FaZe. Taking their sweet time though, they use their utility, and it's just about the information that they can gather before they decide on an entry point here if they do want to take this fight, because they are by the edge, well, information on where that next circle is going to be going.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? The exhibit goes down for Seer, and you always want to wait it out. You either want to get out of range of it or wait it out, right? And it's when both are down, it's like, okay, are we both just going to fight and have that information? It seems like teams often, you know, will back themselves, try and wait for this black hole.
Silence and the black hole on top of that. They get the knock. The reinforce comes out. Zayn trying to go for the reset. KCP trying to go in there, lose out on Serdell. It's the trait here. No shields on the other side. Phonyhead has out the advantage as Omichan now moves in.
Yeah, here we go. Back North coming in for the kill, though. Can they be a part of this fight? They're certainly looking for it. FaZe has gone down. Fnatic now looking to finish up with that. A defensive bang ult on the top of this means Fnatic kind of have to move inside here.
Zayn just backing away. What can they do? That timing on the third party was absolutely insane from Fnatic. Amazing call right there from them to move in. They have not been able to call out Zayn, though, who's forced to walk away.
Yeah, Zayn's gone for the rat play, absolutely. Other teams were looking for that. E6 coming down from Thermal Station. We're kind of thinking about it. We had Vex there as well. The Amir Pigeons, the Vultures, I guess, you know, just maybe having a look for some scraps.
Love how you call it pigeons. I just think about the new Bloodhound bird. It's like pigeon just moving in. That's just KCP right there, just trying to pick up the scraps if they can. Just backing away as they see the Valkyrie Skyward Dive take the skies and get the damage that they were looking for, you know, with the charge rifle.
I mean, I swear, this gun single-handedly put Valk's pick rate about 40% down, because that happens so often. If you've got just a couple there, they will take that Valk out of the sky every time.
And it hurts even more when it ends up being the Nemesis and you're within that range and you have the 3-time scope, which is the replicator right now. Gun makes you cry right now, too, is Fnatic
is number 2, as you can
more
see.
information of the team.
LG is number 1. TSM is like number 8 or some shit like that.
Side here for this next circle.
Oh, interesting, you know, kind of. I put FaZe on blast a little bit, right? But every now and then you do see the shift back where the circle does go back towards tree, and this happens, right? The teams pretty much always read it as the launch site zone. Okay, it is. They're correct this time. As we can see, just with that next shift, we're getting the information. But, I mean, it's hard to read. You can see it ping-ponging from one side to the other here. That's a pretty classic World's Edge zone right there.
Nice nades in the image with the Prowler. Going to be able to take the last one alive from KCP. Zayn not going to be able to get anywhere there. And even if Zayn were to take the high ground, we already know that there's 2 teams taking the real estate inside both buildings, so he would have been inevitably sandwiched.
Okay, so Fnatic, they take that spot, but now they have to make a move. If we're looking who's in God spot right now, Vicky, it is actually Moist and TSM. Moist posted up in that building out the front of launch site, and TSM in the main building to the north of launch. So those guys are going to be pretty happy with this. E6 kind of a bit on the lower ground, but then with Fnatic here, we are trying to see how they're going to make their way into the south side. They've got a zone or 2 to work that out, but they may have to go through some of their compatriots down there. I'm just trying to see. I don't think they managed to get that res off just yet, so perhaps no Moby's dropped.
Also thinking here, you talked about the positioning over by tree. That ring console right there allowing the teams that could get the scan to be able to maybe take a 50-50 rotational approach, of course, like we saw TSM waiting in that building in by launch site. So that way, just in case if it continues does to pull north, south of Lava Siphon, they still have some time as Fnatic, again, taking some more information to see the Seer ult, the exhibit being called in for that fight.
No, that's a fantastic point. I mean, yeah, you know, the ring console is in the zone right now, but that's what Crypto brings you. That's his value as a legend. So, you know, yeah, Fnatic, they play it slow, just getting all the info before they make that next decision. Furia, they're kind of by themselves in the north here over at Lava Siphon. No one else really within throwing distance. Well, I say that, they've got a fuse. That guy has a little bit of help throwing his nades.
You know, Sea-Lion, I don't know what he's cooking in the kitchen, but it's got to be spicy out here, because they're also on the Mad Maggie in World's Edge here too. I mean, because he's really got to come in together. I also call Mad Maggie the warden out here because she's looking to come and protect with that wrecking ball. But it's always so scary because this team likes to play by the edge right now, as you can see, playing outside the circle and looking to see what they can do next.
I mean, I'm an absolute goblin for assault bins, right? Like, I am like screaming at my teammates like, I want that Digi-Thread out of there. I want the attachment. Furia likes them so much that they've got 3 legends just in case they ever come across one to make sure they get everything and juice themselves out of that. But They're still not in the zone.
With Panders taking a lot of damage, though, let's jump into a listening with Furious to see what their next move is with round 3 closing.
Gonna get one up. I'm gonna walk up a little bit.
Spoken 12, spoken 12.
If you move up, you're good.
Spoken 12, I know.
You have to play like Watson side though. Yeah, do not play the right side. You're gonna get fucked. I'm pretty sure there's like a, yeah, if you like sit where I am, you're like full safe.
There's a dead zone spot.
I need a syringe. Out to you.
We're big
we're in again, I'm hitting from 12. We might have to, we're gonna third party whatever happens over here.
Yeah, balloon down.
Is this playable up here?
No, you're gonna get shot, I think.
You could try it, but...
I can smoke you.
Dude, I'm good. I need to smoke though. On roof, someone's on roof. I just saw someone on roof for sure. Okay, well, team might try to place. If they do, I'm gonna ult them.
I think we balloon down and ult on the balloon and cover all this area.
Yeah, I can. Give me a syringe.
Just farm.
Another one? If a team starts trying to take this rock from us, you need to bang ult them.
Yeah, I will.
Take out the smokes. I might get farmed in the back though.
I have bang ult out.
I don't see them.
You have digis or no?
No. I'm 4-5 right now. Yeah, I don't know what that smoke was. I'm down to third party that. If
I think our spot's better. Because like we're gonna get shot from all these teams trying to cross into that. But I'm down to go.
Well, I think it will depend. It depends. We might do it. I'm 4-4 now.
I'm 5.
I'm 4-8.
Wait, how many cells do you have here?
Can you hold here? I'll drop you back. Any ult cells? No.
I think as zone's closing, I'm throwing my balloon down for you.
Okay, you can. Hey, it's not worth it, bro. They smoked it again. I might go look. I don't know.
They're Valkulting. That's one team Valkulting. There's still 2 teams back there.
Don't get distracted shooting them. They might.
Yeah, I know.
They might come.
They're landing underneath.
That's fine. You need to throw it back at them.
I put the balloon down.
I just threw my ball then. Just
I'm good. I'm good.
Yep. I'm really low. It's gone.
Didn't hit shit.
I hit someone for 7 with my ball. Right here.
I'm smoking this truck right here for us.
I'm cooking right here. Maybe pick a team underneath. Underneath, 3 kills. They're in here. Valkylo. I'm trying to see, but... Keep watching, guys, there. We're gonna shoot underneath. Keep watching that. Yeah, I'm watching right. Careful. 130 on Seer inside. I'm batting. I'm low. Stabilize, please. Stabilize. These guys have, like... There's a guy on top. He's getting shot at. Is it more than one team? I'm gonna Q him.
No smoke. No smoke.
Careful.
I got Seer scan. Nades.
I'm Seer scan as well, but I already threw my abilities. The Seer is low ground, the Bang is top, okay?
Yeah, I think she ran off and dropped.
Yeah, she was getting shot at. Can we smoke here and kill the team underneath?
Smoke on the truck again?
Like down here. No, I'm low again. Yeah, I don't know. I'm one bullet. You're fine. Someone. Oh, he's gonna kill me. Oh, fuck. Selling.
Trying to nade them.
I hit him with my ult.
You can smoke and rescue maybe.
I don't have smoke. I cracked him. Stick him.
I'm going.
I cracked you.
Yeah, stay alive.
I have to bat. Oh, we're dead here, I think. Yeah.
Nice try.
Yeah, I mean...
Nice try.
What we can do, I don't know.
Nice try.
What a tough situation to be in for Fura right there, too.
That was
the
nice try.
talking about how many teams are behind them. That's going to be Vex Gaming, going to be able to take control of that fight. And at the same time, we saw, I believe it was MD White flying on top of Moist to get some trades going in there on the other side.
Even when someone gets
killed,
and
Moist have stabilized now. They are ready to go in. TSM are in Godspot. We'll watch the other teams converge onto that main building, but you can see it up there to the top left of your screen as Vex put
down a couple of other ALGS pros here. Looking good for them, but they've got to still move in, right? Like, they're getting the kills, but they've still got to get in.
You're not invincible. You're not invincible on the other side of the catwall right there, okay? You're in their line of sight. Vex Gaming looking for the redemption arc as Patapify is in. 7 squads left. Catwall is up, blocking the view from TSM, looking it through the windows, finishing off what was left of Element 6.
Okay, kind of mirroring them now, though, is Moist. You see them starting to take the fight. They have to drop off. The hill provides a little bit of nice cover here. Moist primarily worried about Vexed at the moment, who are on the other side of them, but inside there's a fight. The Godspot, they have to worry about their back.
Dude, the double fight going down as TSM are trying to secure this fight against Complexity, playing around the knockdown shields, but you're the last one alive.
But finally, they got the res and...
What the f...
They won the 3v3 against Moist. That was clean, it was even, it was, you know, no one else was really getting involved in that. But the time from a reset to going forward there and making sure they picked up that opportunity when it presented itself was impressive.
And not only that, rotating from Skyhook with that timing, just as equally important to be able to position themselves right behind Fury to take that fight before they start counter-rotating, take advantage of the fact that TSM was fighting against Complexity for that Godspot building, where the circle was going to be pulling. But it's the timing that is the key that we have to keep highlighting here for that game, because that's all it was here for Vex. Again, it's the redemption shot arc that we're looking at Vex after the lackluster performance in the first land. They're looking to change the game here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a better finish for them this split, I believe, in Amir.
Yeah.
And now coming off the back of that, they've, you know, hopefully shaken off any kind of nerves, any kind of issues that were plaguing them in split 1 here, with a really good mix of both decision-making from the IGL, the timing, but also their team fighting ability. They needed the whole kit and caboodle there to take out that game.
The dub with the 9 kills right on top of it here. Looking at the other players, just trying to talk about what they could have done differently. Just kind of shake through Vexed and Monsoon, the rest of Complexity. And we're looking to try to take that clean fight. I also mentioned it too, when the play was going on, Genome, the timing before the res could come off was stopped short by Vexed and them pushing into that building while that fight was going on, which that fight between Complexity and TSM rather longer than they would have liked, even if the death boxes were there to go in for the shield swaps. Vex were able to present themselves to add in that extra pressure, even with the gravity lift for the horizon being right there, posing, being really happy. It's another day at work here for the Vex squad. As we take a look at the fans in the arena.
Give it up. I mean, look.
All right, guys. Let's
well,
watch that.
Doing badly. The Vex guys were there through thick and thin. Last playoffs, this playoffs as well. So big shout out to your, you know, your true blue supporters. Well, that's what we call it if they're Australian.
Even if you're sitting backwards, Genome.
Let's watch what just the hell just happened, man. We can't miss that fight. That's such a good fight. We can't be missing that fight.
Through the side, as another catwall had moved up, they were able to wrap around here. Unlucky was so low. He's really got to come in together.
We're gonna shoot underneath. Keep watching that.
It's all the side though, as Malwalti too, the double fight going down, as TSM are trying to secure this fight against Complexity, playing around the knockdown shields, but you're the last one alive.
But finally, they got the res, and Pulverex are coming in from the backside. TSM, they're trying to get that revive, but they won't do it in time. We see Pulverex pull the trigger at exactly the right time. They are going to eliminate TSM, I believe. But can they do it fast enough? There's no way TSM come back.
This is Rex, and he's got the double knockdown shield. He's playing behind both of them, but he can't get the shield up with the death box in front of him. It may have already been taken as Vex Gaming with the opportunity, the timing to game number 1 on World's Edge, our game 4 in this group.
And I've got to give it to Vex there, Vicky. That was an impressive win. I mean, they won the 3v3 against Moist. That was clean, it was even, it was, you know, no one else was really getting involved in that. But the time from a reset to
EU has won 4. No, not 4. NA has not won any game. I think EU won 2. Then what do they call it? The other,
as we talked about, not particularly defensive. Legend should have been an easy cleanup for someone. Are people scared? Are people playing, you know, a little too passive here at the start of this LAN?
It could be the nerves that have to get shaken off too. I mean, you're playing on a big stage out here. Live LAN vibes are always very different for the teams that may not have the same amount of experience as some of the other teams that have been here for a while. As we take a look at the series results in general for the second cage here. Struggling a little bit though on this side on World's Edge was KCP. You saw him finish off in the later part of the leaderboard. The overall leaderboards now with Fnatic taking the spot on top of LG Chivas with 48 points.
Closer there at the top. Yeah, Riddle Order falling off a little bit, but yeah, after our first game on World's Edge, yeah, still plenty of people picking up a half-decent amount of points, I guess. I think something also, you know, important to touch on, Vicky, is that, of course, we're in the group stage here, so it's not like it's a series of 6 and then, you know, someone loses or wins here. It's cumulative points across when you're playing all these other groups, and at that point, you know, you just need to make sure you're putting enough in the bank to try and make it to that winner's bracket, because, of course, that's where the top 20 teams are going after the group stage.
And they give you have some room to breathe, too.
Yes.
So that way they can have some extra time to practice, too, if they have that opportunity, which is extremely important. Fnatic, too, I believe came out of that, even though they were in that top placement, they secured like 8 kills in general, too. So it's still being able to have that complexity mindset of just trying to find your fight, even if you don't get that position, because now they've secured that first place spot overall.
Yeah, well, you know, a couple of teams definitely pulling ahead of the pack, but it's not that far, right? And that's what we like to see at LAN, when all the regions come together and you don't have as many, I don't know, standouts, I guess you would say. I feel like the skill level of a LAN lobby is a little bit tighter usually than we see in our regions throughout the split.
That's why I love LAN out here, and that's why I also love being able to go through another game of World's Edge. That's going to come to you guys on the other side of this break. You don't want to miss it.
Make sure everyone makes it home.
We're a team. We look out for each other.
I won't let you down.
Let's go.
That was a sick game, dude.
No one gets left behind.
I have no idea. I don't even know who Hayaka. Well, I know Hayaka. I think it's EU, yeah? Hayaka is EU, yeah? Prior to today's match day, how many kills did Zayn have in the Split 2 regular season?
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Monster Energy.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 LAN live here in London. We just wrapped up a nice little pretty bow, game number 4 on World's Edge. Vex Gaming coming to win with 9 kills to their name. Also saw some funny shenanigans go down to the south side of the map right there too. I believe we saw Tabby survive out there for the longest time for the Riddle order to maintain that spot in the overall standings that we got to see earlier before going into break. But the consistency is alive for the APAC North teams, such as Fnatic out here as well.
Yeah, Polarex coming in second there. Yeah, a couple of APAC North teams doing really well to start here, which honestly, we want to see. It's been a couple of LANs now. I think that APAC North have kind of fallen behind a little bit. If you look at their top finishes, it's actually trended down over time. So despite Fnatic, you know, putting in some solid work and continuing their good performances, it has slipped behind a little bit of by some of the other regions compared to, say, NA or APAC South.
And talk about the training chamber that they have stuck themselves in out here, because they are really coming through so far within this first group, Genome. Now taking a look at the drop stats, we had a lot of 50-50s go down.
Exactly. Last time it was in Tropic versus Starter fight over at Thermal, and we also saw that early fight with Optic, but this time it's not happening.
Initially it used to be Red Bull.
Looks like they've got it all to themselves. That is
like
an interesting development, considering that they lost that early fight last time. Oh, either way, look, let's go down to Entropic once again, going at it with Starter fight.
I'm about sending a message, honestly, because I said to just take that geyser and go over there if they can, and Entropic taking this early 50-50 once again in Thermal Station. Looking to see if they can get the loot that they need. I mean, with Hierarch already finding the purple weave, we absolutely take that as the 50-50 in trials that we actually did see go down earlier in that last game did happen this time around. Now again, E6, K-Swinny staying alive.
Yep, they're up against Noctum right now. So obviously the fight over Thermal Station taking a little bit longer to kick off. So we'll have a look at this one. And Element 6, oh, they get the Prowlers all to themselves, adding a little bit of PvP into the PvE.
Noctum, honestly, with these 50-50s, been Trop as Entropic coming out, taking out Starter fight. Right at the very end, it's just Uchaka with that longbow. You don't need anything else here, Uchaka, and they are going to be able to get the reset too.
Yeah, 300 damage to his name as well as 3 kills. So Entropic, I believe that is 1-1 between those teams, which you like to see, because that means we get the contest again, most likely.
I remember back when we were playing mobile chat. If you're not using Octane, what the heck are you doing?
You gotta know where you're from. Show him where you're from. Damn, he's still up, man. What a thing to pick up off the rip with the purple Evo. He's on the RE45. You love to see it.
Remember, like, everybody was rocking Octane in mobile because he just spam jump pad. Oh my god.
Up to the north.
Mobile was so shit.
Picking up on the Moby there too. But it's these 50-50s that I also love seeing.
I hated the fact that
I mentioned that Noctum has not had a good time. We saw that they had that early 50-50 contest with Luminosity too. All right, everyone look away. It's okay. He didn't get the gold ball knocked down, but you know what? Sometimes you gotta expose yourself at LAN every so often.
Man, I'm not sure how much you can hear of the crowd sound if you're at home, but I can tell you they were not happy with that response.
That's why I love live audiences. You guys are fantastic out here in the Copper Box Arena. It's just more of these squads that are going to be rotating to see what they're going to be picking up for their weapon load. I definitely wasn't expecting them to keep that RE, even though, you know, I do love those hammies.
Yeah, the circle's going very much north here. We're seeing Survey Camp, maybe even one of those circles that goes north of Survey Camp to the tracks up the back. That's where our hyper-rotate teams are going already. Moist posted up in Survey Camp. Then you've got Vexed up there as well. We've got Complexity, Dreamfire have made their way into the tunnel. They might actually be meeting Vexed very soon.
Oh, that would be actually insane. So many squads already in that north side by Survey Camp, now tuning into Dreamfire, engaging in that fight themselves. See, the Pita also being on the Caustic could clear out so much space for them from behind if he does have those barrels available to him. But it's about playing the patient game here with so many other teams like Complexity, like you mentioned, that lands in Survey to be rotating by the tunnel.
Yes, and here it is! Pita is on the Caustic. We get it back. This man is a monster on this Legend. And as you can see, Vexed are falling at their hands already.
trying to X out whatever success they had in the last game. Now he tries to gas them out from the corners, forcing them to back away. See the black hole being called in from Vex as the Hail Mary.
Perfect.
They are getting beat from behind though. They gotta watch out as they try to take this fight as quickly as possible. Moving in, trying to take advantage, gets the beam with the full, backing away, and 3MZ. Welcome Dreamfire as the full squad as they eliminate Vex Gaming.
The crowd goes wild. So many Dreamfire fans in our audience right now. They do get the reset. No one is coming in fast enough. We've got Gambare Otosan over there in the tunnels. They won't make it in time. Complexity also on their eastern side, but they are not willing to give up such a fantastic spot to try and third party this fight. Dreamfire have done it. They're safe. They're in this respawn beacon where, you know, occasionally this could be where the ring pulls. Perhaps they just won the fight for God spot.
Sometimes it pulls here, and then sometimes it pulls a little bit right across the tracks from where they are, where we see some other squads try to hold on. We've seen Energy before, and Complexity where they are on the other side. But this still, it goes into that 50-50 rotation approach that you and I were mentioning in the previous game when it comes to either you not having access to a ring beacon or trying to call the hard pull when you do have that information in the previous circle. So I love this position for Dreamfire, especially since they have the bunker down character with the caustic. I don't expect Gambare to try to contest them on that north side of the tunnel, and if they do, they have to worry about Complexity getting involved as a third party.
Having a look at some of the teams posted up in survey camp now. MDY White, there you can see Fnatic as well as Moist taking position up in those buildings. Pulverex now will be soon to rotate in. They could have taken Grandma's house on the hill there, but they don't have a recon character, so can't make use of the player scan towards that end of things. Oh, okay, we're seeing Fnatic actually maybe trying to get the respawn here, maybe just scouting. That's Meltzera. Unfortunately, has been removed already. These APAC North teams really have to trying to get a little creative just to have all three members on the board.
And even if you got that Loba too, it's the Moby isn't in the crafter. Maybe you picked one up, but like good luck trying to get that player right back in survey. With so many other teams have already made their position, as well as E6 trying to join them too, trying to see if they can try to rotate through the tunnel as we hear the crowd roar up at the name of E6. K-Swinny keeping his name on the board. 17 squads left. They've already secured 3 KP as a team here too. And I like the call-outs that we're seeing here with the pings from E6 while they get on top of the sniper tower, just trying to see whether they want to gatekeep the squad from behind them before trying to move forward where they could play by the edge. But that could be risky, because with this team behind them, they could get sandwiched and pinched if there's another team waiting for them on the other side from the rocks.
Yeah, it's a very fair point. Vicky there, as we have a look at some of those teams, most of them sort of in that central corridor here, but then you've got teams like TSM coming up from Lava Siphon who have decided, you know, if they're going to take full advantage of the goodies available to them there, to play more of an edge style here in Game 5. While the hyper-rotate teams, of course, they've read it correctly, certainly. I'd say there's almost a 0% chance. No, I can't do that to myself, or it's definitely going to pull there, right? But it should be pulling to the right side here, either survey camp or that sort of north side, as we talked about earlier.
Because if you call it out, then it's going to just say absolutely not, and just go in the opposite direction. But I
middle
can see
finger
it.
straight to Genome.
It says, nope, not today, Genome. You thought and you guessed, and it was wrong. But I do think that it is going to continuously pull towards the north side here. Thinking, though, as E6 does take their time for the squad behind them, yes, they were maybe thinking about rotating on the other side where the two squads were sharing that tunnel area, but there is also that slight high ground that these squads could try to take control of and try to put in more pressure onto the squads like KCP and E6 that are going to be rotating from the slight low ground of the east side of Skyhook.
Yes, look, you know, Pioneers just doing a little bit of crafting over here. They've got sort of no better option, really. All the good spots are being taken at this point, so it's going to be a fight for them later on. But I really think we're going to see this probably a more northern circle, and that's when that train track, it becomes this dividing line, Vicky. And you see teams, because there's safe spots north of it, there's safe spots south. Unless it's a weird ring pull sometimes, then maybe you can get in one of the train cars and fortify a position, depends on your legends as well. But it's almost this, sort of line that, you know, people have to choose one side or the other
and we'll see some big scuffles there.
Yeah, you got like that backside that could lead you into survey, but then you're leaving yourself open. Even though you're coming in from the high ground, you got those bins over to your side for some extra little cover. You're still leaving yourself open to the squads that have clear shot of you while they're inside of the building. The safety of the building's in survey, so it could be a tricky rotation depending on where those circles is going to be pulling for that next one. It's KCP also looking to see if they can clear the rotation zone for the next one.
Yeah, so TSM really making their way around. They started over at Climatizer, just doing some crafting. Now they've come all the way down to Epicenter, just really just searching around for someone to be on the receiving end of their wrath here. Pioneers, they're actually getting set here. I think it's by E6 as they try and pull up an evac tower, also going out.
They had all the time to go into the crafter, and now they're trying to engage in this fight, having to be careful, missing out on some of these important PK shots. Trying to jump down is going to be Nasky as he tries to reset. The rest of KCP, though, other than Serdell, looking very scary. Yes, he's alive, he's healthy, but Zayn unfortunately could not go for the reset. Trying to get away, Nasky had to back away because he lost it on his shield. He was literally one. He couldn't give that support over to Zayn when he did KCP there. Those PK shots being missed was crucial, especially in these close quarter fights inside of a building like this. But E6 going to be happy to walk away with this. Crowd getting excited. 16 squads left as KCP meets themselves back in the lobby currently. See the Loba Black Market out in the distance as we actually see a fight happening on the other side of Epi. You were talking about the rotation approach with TSM there as Optic Gaming also taking their time to rotate.
Yeah, going up against Ascend here.
All right, we're going to jump into a listening with Optic Gaming after they lost out on Nox.
There's a lot of heavy ammo here, Suni.
Any bats? Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go.
Let's go, boys.
Fucking go, boys. That's all game. 6 points already. Yes, sir.
I don't know. Okay, speaking over on me. Understood. Look.
All right, well, Optic just getting forced off the hill there. You can hear them, you know, pretty much just giving up. They have to make a move, and it's going to be Ascend. Is that the... They were the ones who met them at Big Mort last time, Stacks, right? So I think that's 2 games in a row, if I'm not mistaken, that Ascend have ended their chances here in this bracket.
Walking expensive loot box as well.
Yo,
Big
Candy
mod,
was
too.
good.
So sad to see as
Playing
Brittle
Warzone
Order.
mobile
Talking about
recently,
some
the game
squads
got
that
better.
still maintaining their position
I don't want
in
to
the
play
high
now
end
because
of
I
the
don't want to play on
overall
bad ping, man.
See
I
the
don't.
crypto
I
front
have
around
no.
here, but they
I
also
played
put to the
Apex
side,
on
both
bad
trying to
ping
get out
for
the
so
LOS
long.
of the
I
squad holding the high ground
have
of Epicenter if there
my
is
mental
one friendly right
energy
now. You can see
to
Tappy
play on
just
bad
checking
ping right
just
now.
in
I
case.
will just
But holding
be
onto this building right here is going to be so crucial with the lots of defenses. You can be comfortable with the information that you can also secure with the crypto.
Yeah, let's see if Ascend can win 2 in a row. You know, Skittlecakes is still alive, by the way. It wasn't a full elimination, but definitely a fight win there for Ascend. It's a good build to hold on to, but it's not going to service them for that much longer. The ring does continue to pull north.
I saw, Candy, the Apex I saw was Chinese only. So
essentially win Godspot
I don't
with
know if
that
that's the one
early
you're talking
fight.
about, but there's a Chinese
Crazy how
Apex,
something so early and so important, you know, can make its way down the line here.
Extremely here, and we're also seeing Fury taking the north side is a really smart approach, because sometimes we talk about where the circle could be pulling towards that corner where the mobile respawn beacon is, but also we've seen it pull on this side if it shifts a little bit to the side. That's where Complexity was trying to predict and why they didn't want to overextend. It's Riddle Order now finally engaging. Getting the first knock into the share is crucial here too. Wonder if the EMP even ever was released at some point here, if he did have it available to him.
Yeah, I mean, you could just see that they get the first 2 knocks here. Skittle actually tries to get involved in this with a full kill or depose kill. What a menace. He's just getting, just being the X factor here in this, what I thought was going to be a 3v3, but Riddle do come back. Is that the... No, Lufka has actually made it out as well. So rats galore here over on the eastern side.
Looking like my own set of ranked games out here. Skittlecake's now rotating as a solo from Optic Gaming. Staying alive is the name of the game for Skittlecake. As he's going to be able to wrap around, though, he's got to look to his back.
Was
the other
watching
squads
the Apex
also
Mobile
trying
China
to
is man. It's
rotate
okay,
and play
bro.
right
Nah,
at the
Apex,
circle.
the Chinese
Very scary
Apex,
situation
like
to
Apex
ring
is
around
just
the rosy
different names, different
on the side
character
of
names.
Survey. The Riddle Order have a nice position as
Bots
well.
and Ammo
Yeah,
has
Sniper
like
gets finished on Olufka, so
yeah, I
Ascend
seen the
full
Chinese
out
version.
here.
Well, I can't play, like, bro, I can't
Skittlecake's
play on
probably
300
having a little bit of a laugh to
ping,
himself that he
man.
didn't manage to outlive
If I'm not having fun, then there's no point in playing
there.
the game,
But these teams on the eastern side, they're going to start making their way towards survey
well,
camp.
I will play Warzone
already know there's a bunch of
when it
teams
goes
posted
global,
up, so let's see if they can survive
there's
on outside those buildings.
And look at Complexity's position here too. We noted that they were trying to play on the north side by actually where Fury is right now, but with the rest of Fury over to the other side, and then with the potential threat of their right side, they could have been pinched, and they did not like that. And they have information with Luda being on the Bloodhound. So yes, he gets the scan, they have that information, but it's about the positioning that they have to play to next, because they had a good spot, but now they're just further going away from the circle, maybe trying to take a different angle.
All right, so we've got more fights going up here. It's Fnatic versus TSM down on the south side of the map. TSM, they put the Seer ult down on themselves just to try and dissuade any further action. But if Fnatic get vision of this, surely they send it. Or are they just happy being set up in that building? There's no way.
He was one. He was literally one.
This is some real plot armor if TSM get this reset.
If literally anybody steals on Reps, I'd say he was gone, but here we go. Yes, he gets the res, but there's no health reset. Reps trying to get the knock. He gets the knock on Tyrocker. Thorfinn on the other side as they take care of TSM. Reps was cooking it. That was really scary. He was last one alive for a while. Almost being able to clutch it isn't enough here as we finally see the fight between Fury and Complexity as they take the high ground.
Yeah, Complexity not happy with their fantastic spot in the zone getting taken out as Entropic do get cleaned up eventually by E6, who have swung all the way down to the south side there. Complexity, no! After starting off in such a good spot, they get challenged there by Furia, and they come out on top. This means Furia and Dreamfire here are probably the two teams we're really looking forward to at the end of this game.
The beginning of that fight looked like Complexity had the health advantage with the trade, but also behind them was some extra pressure with another squad now rolling in for the opportunity as Furia still is able to back away and then get a hard reset with their own health. It's Riddle Order now on the high ground here, overlooking what's going on in survey camp while still having Furia in their line of sight too.
3x Nemesis from this spot, fantastic. You want a mid-range poke gun from this exact position. You can do so much damage with it. That said, only a couple of clips left in it, so needs to make them count. Tuz Tappy.
Oh, the charge rifle. He that sweet. Nice 69, a snipe down on the other side, chasing right behind Yukio. He's trying to run for his life right now. Gets back to the phase. Trying to go on the other side. Catwall for Catwall, too. Going up here in space. Now moves in for the fight. Zero Tricky. Find Yukio finally.
Phony is like, why did you eat my triple take shot there? Unfortunate there as phase. The movement doesn't quite work out for them, but the rotation does. They've made it in safely. Roy from the power position is going to put down one here.
Dreamfire, like you called out, Genome still on the other side. You see the tick damage coming in with the Thermite. You see the aggressive ping too. They're getting inside, but Rory is reaping all the benefits. He gets the next knock onto his Watson.
Snipe down, literally one right now. Does get the bat off. Furia, Dreamfire recognizing that they need to shift to the right a little bit. Once again, claim Godspot.
All right,
FaZe now
FaZe
still
started
alive
to wake
as
up in
Riddle
game
Order
5, ladies
falls
and
right
gentlemen.
afterwards. 8 squads here. Dreamfire still holding on to an
Sniper is
amazing
running
spot.
low.
Fnatic, by the way, still up on the other side. Yuka still alive and healthy. MDY White as well as Gambare Otosan. As FaZe now trying to take us to the high ground. Maybe if Sniper can get into able to see where all the other squads are in the left side of the area.
Okay, so we've got so many teams on the south side here with 8 alive. There's about 6 down there, a couple on the other side. But it's Dreamfire who have this all to themselves. And I cannot tell you how good this final position is for them. The zone is just on the other side, the south side of the tracks here. That means they have so much cover moving into this. They're going to be free firing on everyone unless we see a crazy push towards them. I'm loving their position here.
And they knew the importance of holding this spot here too. Not only did they get it within that first circle, getting that information, they rotated from countdown to hold this spot. They fought for it here too. They were able to bunker down with the caustic, and that's super important in clearing up that space.
And not only that, they've done it in the right amount of time. You can see they have the Rolling Thunder up there. They're probably going to have their caustic ult as well. You know, maybe some ultic cells in those boxes that they just cleared out from Furia. That means they're going to have every tool at their disposal when this final fight comes down.
They have the information that FaZe is on the rock side here too. You can see the circle closing in. Look at this chaos as all the squads are getting funneled outside of the buildings of survey camp. Frex gets the knock with the Arc Star. Who else is going to be served on the silver platter for Phony yet to finish? MDY White is a squad to get eliminated. A squad landing right behind them. It is a Christmas season out here with more presents being delivered.
Yep, rotation in there from E36 below phase. I don't think they've got the vision on them right now. They're too busy firing across at all these other teams, and it feels like it's one of those situations only one team from server camp should come out alive. Who's it going to be? Fnatic? Moist? It's got to be one of those. We see Pulverex on the left side. They're coming out from the tunnel. They finally had to make their move, but the Horizon Gravity Lift here will challenge phase. Will it be enough to put them down? They're going to go down to the zone!
Not the zone in the corner, and now the reset is going to try to come in. K-Swinny playing off the high ground. Knows their attack can cancel that this time around, but it does stun them for a bit with that silence. E6 now moving in, battling with the zipline here too. Moist get taken out as Saku tries to capitalize.
Another solid game from Moist, but once again, they can't finish it out. Pulverex, while all that was happening, Dreamfire just put their hands around the throat of the other team, take out one there from Pulverex and make it even harder for anyone else to challenge them here.
And Dreamfire knew Pulverex was there from the very beginning. That was also another team that predicted where the circle was going to be moving, but slightly late, so forced to wait inside of the train track tunnel here. Dreamfire taking the shots with the R301. Rory cleaning up so many of these teams as Pulverex get taken out.
3v3, the bang ult goes down, lobs that as far as he possibly can. 3MZ, they've set this up the whole game. Can Dreamfire finish it off?
K-Swinny take it to the skies with the gravity lift here. He's literally won, but Dreamfire with the nemesis. 3MZ0 coming through. These final two squads fighting for the life, but Dreamfire has the advantage. They have the nuts, they have the position, and they're about to have game number 5. Dreamfire wins.
Bro, these Asian teams are pulling up.
The crowd goes wild. So much support here throughout APAC South Demons. They've qualified for 3 lands, and yet for Peter and for 3MZ, this is the first time they've left the country. Vicky, and what a reception they've gotten here in London.
Finally get to see them at their force. Look at the flex. Let's see them take a bow, because they are out here taking that game, holding that position. The crowd goes wild. This is what I'd love too, seeing the redemption of the players that couldn't attend the last night, now being able to come out, taking the dub all together as they deserve, with the consistency that put them here in the first place.
I mean, is it 2021 or is it 2023? Because that is the kind of dominating performance that Dreamfire have been putting out on World's Edge with that kind of composition.
A lot of people came,
I mean,
like a lot of fans.
But let's ignore that, right? With that kind of composition for the longest time.
Man, these games have been insane. APAC, North and South, coming through with the performance of consistency within these first 2 groups. And we got so much more APAC still, Gino. This is actually insane. I can't wait to see more of this. And we still have that one last game on World's Edge to see how this all plays out.
Dreamfire was just like a viper in that match, right?
Yeah.
Every time someone came within striking distance, right, it was just like bang, instantly. They removed them. They got a player down from Pulverex. They took out Furia on their right side. Just every single time they needed to clear out that space, they could. They did it decisively. There was no question about it.
What was extra funny too is that even with the enemy cat walls, it's like, okay, well, we see you guys, and then you saw the triple take shots coming in. We saw what the Nemesis could do in the hands of Dreamfire out here too. Rory, we could see him, again, these triple take shots, absolutely insane, but it's not only this position, it's about having the high ground here for this circle that is so important for circles like this.
I mean, could you have played it any more perfectly? That was his last triple take bullet, making the most of that buff to the triple take, where the ammo efficiency of that gun was increased greatly. So Dreamfire, as you can see here, it was not too hard of a finish for them, honestly. As we said, they put things in motion so far in advance by hitting Pulverex early, by being ready and having those ultimates. You can see them pushing E36. They want to reset right now. They want to chill, but they can't because there's a bang ult on top of their heads.
And to fight for this position is also incredibly crucial, because then you have to think about the loot that they were left over while holding onto that spot the whole time without having a Loba available to them. It's about fighting for that loot without having to starve themselves here while they finish off what was left of this team. Dreamfire, Rory, Even though he gets knocked, the rest of his team was up, alive, and healthy, and they were able to take game number 5 as we get to see the stats, the breakdown. Rory, we saw him in the feed. That's why he didn't have any more ammo for that triple take. He used up all that energy because he was putting down so much damage. 2.2k. The rest of his squad, 3MC, Pizza, they were able to contest that, get the follow-ups, and also shows the importance of having that focus on character and teams like Pulverix trying to force themselves on the spot.
11 kills. Big shout out to Element 6 as well. They made their way all around the map, right? Remember, I believe they were the ones who were starting out with that contest, right? Up at Trials, so they take out Noctum first. There's a couple in the bag. Work their way down through Skyhook, keep going south. Kind of like TSM did, except a little more successfully this game, and then make it all the way to second place, where unfortunately Dreamfire were just a little bit too well set up.
Looking at the second page here too, a lot of our more consistent squads that we were talking about, I feel like we cursed over highlighting them in the previous game now. Looking at the second page, it's a complete different story. CKCB and 17 started fighting 19 Vex, winners of a previous game now, losing out on 18th. Complexity up there, even though they held that position, even though they land between Survey Camp and Epicenter, were unable to hold that northern spot. It looks like they were getting bullied by Furia at some points there too, when Furia took control over the train tracks. A lot of shifting from these teams that are rotating on the outside of Epi to claim that high ground, slight high ground to north side position that leads you over there. As we see the energy, man, it's so difficult. Like, look at this. Finally being able to see them burst, it's always so fun to enjoy the energy that these lands provide. As we see the series results right now, Fnatic still staying on top of 55 points.
And those guys are so happy to finally be here. And yeah, Fnatic pretty happy with their performance right now as well. LG had a phenomenal storm point, but they have to get that up if they want to keep this and get it in the bag, really make sure they're moving on to that winners bracket. That said, I need to go back and do the maths. I believe it was somewhere around 100 points that you kind of want, generally speaking, to get into that winners bracket. So, you know, with a 50-point performance here, you know, and a game still to go for LG Shivers, that does mean they are, you know, perhaps about halfway, even though they've only played 1/3 of the matches.
Yeah, that pop-off moment here too. And even though I do look pretty tall here next to Genome, don't let that deceive you, okay? You don't have to imitate how short I actually am, Genome. I do hear that Blaze has a special guest though, so we're gonna toss it over to Blaze to see who he's got right next to him.
Thank you so much, Vicky. I have Ambush here from Team Liquid, one of your favorite content creators. As you know our story, coming all the way from Sweden to LA and now back to London. Ambush, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm great. I'm happy to be here.
So far, so good. The matches have been exciting. Now, we got a chance to see a few teams win. Who are you rooting for this weekend? Who do you want to see have some success today?
I am rooting for Alliance. And the Pioneers.
Okay.
100% Pioneers.
Pioneers have been popping off. You got a chance to see them playing those earlier matches. How did you feel about that?
That was amazing, though. The fact that they kind of had a comeback after having the first game, that they got their kills, and then we had the unfortunate crash, and then they came back, though, with like a 5 kill when we got, that was amazing.
They are so consistent up there on the stage. Now, we are in Copper Box Arena here in London, and you know, the crowd has been electric, the matches have been great. What's been your favorite thing about London so far?
Oh, this is one of my favorite cities. I've been here about 4 times already, so I kind of just love the city in general, and being able to walk everywhere and just, I don't know, it's a beautiful city.
And we have had great weather out here in London, so if you didn't make it, you missed a great weekend. But Ambush, any shout outs you want to give out there to the fans, to the teams you support? Anything you want to say to them out there?
Oh my God, honestly, just freaking, I can't say it, but kick butt and have a really good time. Yeah, kick butt and have a really good time, and honestly give it all you got. I'm just really excited to root for my friends and have a good time.
I love that. Give it everything you got here on the main stage, but that's going to do it for me and Ambush from now. It's time to get back into this game, Vicky.
Thank you guys so much. Love seeing familiar faces out in the crowd. Also love seeing our arena being filled up by our beautiful fans who've been bringing all the energy out here. Love it when we get to see some unfortunate things go on in the game, and it's like your reaction when you are the one playing gets to be reciprocated throughout the rest of the arena. And then that also goes hand in hand with the hype.
Maybe it's the fan support. I mean, if you think about who's shown up today, right, in the crowd? We've got Vex there, taking out a game, Dreamfire taking out a game.
Out here too, doing so well.
It's the power of love.
Yeah, it's about the consistency, and I love to see a lot of these teams coming through in LAN and seeing the mix-up of how close our overall leaderboard is too. Fnatic out here still securing a lot of the KP that they need to stay on top. LG literally right behind them after they were able to take 2 wins already. Now World's Edge, I feel like, has shaken things up a lot for those squads that were doing really well in Stormpoint to then now make the adjustment. If it's a compositional switch, is it something that they just don't feel comfortable with, even though, I mean, World's Edge is that map that everybody has played on for the majority of the time here in competitive Apex. It could be something different within these regions. The APAC North and South teams have been putting in the work, Gino.
That's how it seems so far, certainly, but we've still got a couple of groups to play. Got a couple other matchups yet, and we still got one more game left in our first series here. It's been a fun one, honestly. You know, triple assault compositions, our caustic throwback. I'm loving a lot of what we're seeing out of these teams.
Can't just say caustic throwback just casually like that. You know, it's me, all right? I'm right next to you now. You have to get used to this, because when it comes to the caustic, I get why we see him on World's Edge, but you know what? Nothing gets me feeling a type of way than seeing that Seer, even with the changes, man. That silence, 10 seconds, that physically pains me. And then we get to see the work coming in. Literally, Gino just leaning back as if he's feeling the pain in real life. That's how I feel when I also get beamed by the Nemesis. Seeing the current crafting rotations too. For those of you guys that just haven't played in a little bit, the R9 and the Rampage have been in it, and we've been seeing the R9 being utilized so much with the teams that have the crafter.
Yeah, even getting a look at good old August Brinkman there, or at least, you know, how he looked before he was turned into a silver fox. That was a bit of a younger version of him there. Kuben Blisk as well, so shout out to Titanfall.
I feel like he's the one that comes in, he's like, get off my turf. He's like trying to teach all the Apex legends. Like,
was that your English accent impression?
Absolutely not. I wasn't even trying, actually. I just feel like that was the impression I get from his personality, just trying to teach the young ones
just the
what's
vibes.
up. Yeah, exactly. He's just trying to make sure that everybody's in touch out here, all the younger legends that he feels like he's got to take in charge of. But we haven't seen any of that here in these lobbies. Instead, we've been seeing a nice mix-up between the compositions that we're witnessing in Stormpoint into World's Edge. But there's one factor that has not deterred, and that's going to be Seer and Horizon. And the Bangalore, too. Bangalore Enjoyers, I know Shiv is having the good time about that. He had tweeted about it earlier, that he can't wait to see some more Bangalore action. And you're definitely getting what you asked for out here.
It's honestly nuts that he has been playing Bangalore for that long, and we saw, like, no changes.
A lull, and then suddenly...
Well, I just was like almost no changes or almost no changes to Bang for the longest time, but then has come back into the meta, right? I love that there's still those things hidden in the game that the pros can come up with, can experiment with, because sometimes I feel like even the best players in the world do kind of succumb to that groupthink, and they're like, oh no, we are the slaves to the meta. You need those fun teams. Furia, right? They've done it before, and maybe they'll do it again here, just breaking the mold.
It's always about being trendsetters too, you know? I mean, we saw it with Furia, like you talked about when you think about his Watson. He was like one of the first ones to really put Seer on the map, and then a lot of other teams started seeing the importance of having all that information, even with the changes, still just as important. And then I also think about Aurora too, when I think about like comps coming out of left field, always coming through. And then, we talked about it earlier, but C-Line cooking with the Fuse and the Mad Maggie that we're witnessing on World's Edge.
It's almost like they took Seer, which, as you said, his Watson popularized at the Rally Champs, in the year 2 of ALGS, and they were like, how can we make this character, how can we make this legend even more suited to his Watson's play style? All right, we'll just make him a bit more aggro. We'll just give him a silence, a stun, we'll make it quicker, easier to hit the Q. It's kind of crazy how strong that legend is right now and how well he suits the play style of a hyper-aggressive team like Furia.
When I think about like the slow and the stun combined, I just think about like Revenant with this 15-second slow right there on the other side, just crying in the corner. We get to see some more fans in the arena, but I mean like the silence that we see too from some changes here, and he's got to rep the Gen Ridden sticker with the product. Okay, I see you. See some of the drip out here in the crowd as we get set up for our final game.
Well, they'll be on soon, Vicky.
Yeah.
Well, you're a Duck Zero fan. You'll be getting some of that as we see The eyes of a killer there. Roy, the man who just put that team, I'm not going to say on his back, because honestly, it was a team effort. It was 100% a team effort, but always leading from the front, damage-wise, you know, 2,200 last game. Fantastic effort from him. But yeah, I mean, that's the, you know, I don't know how much the audience or the crowd at home is, you know, aware of the changes that we've made for this Split 2 playoffs, Vicky. But every match is now on the main stage. So, you know, you're here in the audience, you've got that favorite team. You're going to see them every single time.
The crowd getting excited, going wild out here. Looking at some more familiar faces, getting set up, and I love how you highlighted that. That was the one thing that I noted that was my favorite, seeing every group being able to perform on this big stage, which means, you know, if you feel comfy in the backstage over there, you know, for Stream B or in the other corner where you could be playing, well, sorry, you can't find that comfort anymore. You gotta feel the lights beaming down on you and the crowd roaring your name, because this is where the action happens. This is where the pressure is really felt by these teams.
Yeah, we get to cast more games too.
Yeah,
as well,
I mean, I'm game for it. Yeah, I'm game for it, especially. Man, Gino, we are out here. You already know. I was talking to Genome, nerding out a little bit, showing him. I had to also show Genome some clips. You already know how that works, too. Just letting him know, all right, I'm set up for the rest of this weekend. We're excited. I love the Dreamfire fans out here in the crowd. Always love seeing Rory's personality, and now that he's alongside his teammates to perform, it feels so nice.
Yeah, all those Chinese and Taiwanese fans coming out here, and we actually had a story earlier that we saw pop up on Twitter.
All the way from China.
Someone had driven 20 days. I keep thinking
20 days.
I keep thinking, was it hours? I don't know. Some ridiculous amount of time. But it's a drove, right? Drove from China to London.
Wow.
Am I crazy? Like, I don't know. That was the story. Either way, they've come out.
They went through a journey.
Yeah, exactly. They're holding it up right now. It's the very Apex sign.
For Apex.
Big shout out to them for making it across here to the LAN and supporting their boys here over on MDYY. Because of course it was
like, you don't have any
excuse. Playing for a very, very long time. Finally
the guy was
made
like,
it to LAN. We saw a great clip of him saying, you know,
I don't have money for flights.
They came in fit, only just. And we got to hear the live reaction at the end of Split 2 being like, oh my god, I finally made it to LAN, the promised land where everyone wants to be on if you're an Apex competitor.
Such amazing stories to see with these crowds. Again, just getting set up here as we pan through the rest of the crowd. There you go. That's what Gina was talking about. Shout out to very Apex. MD White right below them here too. Just looking at everybody that have made their way. There's a Toad down there too. You know, it's also seeing some very interesting sides, but I'm all for it. Show me some more things out here. I saw some cosplayers as well make their way into the arena. Saw a really nice Watson cosplay sitting down too. Love being able to interact with these fans and these players while they get set up for the next game. No cold hands here, though. We are getting loaded up shortly, guys. Once again, thank you so much for your patience getting into this final game. Game number 6 for Group C versus D within World's Edge.
Yeah, on more for this
I'm sad I won't be able to watch A versus B, like from the start, because I have to go and do my shit.
But see the leaderboards
before going to be back though.
See where some of these teams were
I don't know if I should just leave the stream
It's
or
definitely
like
not been a blowout by anyone. That is for sure. Teams trading back and forth. LG with the 2 wins is solid, but as we say, you know, has been a little bit of a fall off for them on World's Edge. So who knows? Maybe there's a comeback in it for them as we shortly, hopefully, getting into Game 6. More lovely fans out there in the crowd. Shout out to Japan, shout out to Entropic.
Oh, we saw that send down there too. Did they say mosh pit?
Kick off of the final game.
If they really want to go out here, the wall of death is not going to be. Absolutely. I mean, did you see what happened in the second segment? Come on. Randy was tired of it. I think of the dogs up on the desk, you know? Thinking about the wall of death, but this time it's not the catalyst. And also wondering, you know, Gino, going into this final game, are we still going to see these 50-50s? What are these teams that haven't been finding the results here going to have?
So, by the looks of it, I mean, sorry, yes, we are. We're 100% we're going to see it down the third. I was looking elsewhere, but...
What the...
Punch, knuckle cluster, come on, using everything in the arsenal there. And yeah, look, Entropic will defeat short of start a fight very, very quickly there. That said, up on the north side of the map, E36, they've actually gone for the western side of Skyhook, so they didn't land directly in trials. Not sure, maybe they messed up their flight pathing, and that's why they didn't want to take that, you know, very early 50-50 against Noctum this time. Because it's kind of weird not to do that after winning the previous one,
Yeah,
right?
and also a little scary too, because then you already know that Vex is on the other side, so you're putting yourself in a sandwich position if you don't have a get-out-of-jail card here too. So a little scary, and also something, ooh, nice picking up on the purple here for Slayers, and that means that there is that extra blue Evo that they can work with for K Swinney. But I was going to highlight, seeing these 50-50s, you usually see the fuse coming out, because that knuckle cluster could help out so much in these early fights if you don't have a weapon. Like we saw
No. It was not start a fight that lost the early fight last game. It wasn't
that one down at Thermal.
So it was a
you
different
take high ground, you take the bins, the guaranteed weapons wherever you can get them. It's a little bit tough. As you can see, E36, I think that was Matafe actually just taking a few shots. And there we go, get a look at the ring, very much on Lava Siphon there. Don't believe it will pull to Harvester. I'd say that's North Lava Siphon. You know, probably about 90% I'm given the probabilities of that one. And you can see that TSM, not only with the best loot in the game, get the best circle in the game for them. They get the ring console, they get the survey beacon. What more could you want?
Volcano Los Dos, I mean, they're going to have everything at this point here in Lava Siphon. They are definitely eating, and it's also about trying to take out some of the squads that may want to try to play outside that next ring. Pretty sure they already have that information as we see some of the squads rotate away from Skyhook, trying to get the counter-rotate from Vex in case they are taking their sweet time and looting more of these buildings on the east side of Skyhook. But looking at all the other squads and looking at where they're positioned currently for this next circle, I'm looking at Complexity, who's going to have to start making the rotation from Survey Camp. They could try to circle keep through Monuments, since these squads have already rotated out of there. Thinking about MD White, who's with the quick rotate already. Now they can try to contest and beat Vex to that area, so that way they can fight these squads that want to rotate from the east side into that next circle, instead of rotating around through Harvester, where they can get circle kept from a low ground if there happens to be a squad that wants to hold that area.
Yeah, lots to think about there, and definitely teams already setting up in Lava Siphon, as well as a bit of a cluster over towards Geyser, which is interesting, because from what I can see, Moist did get the ring console over at Overlook, so interesting that they didn't get in there a bit faster, stopped at that Geyser choke, and now maybe are worried about Ascend or some other teams stopping them while they're trying to move through that choke.
Also Fnatic there too, trying to maintain that position that they have in the overall standings. I mean, if they could clean up these two squads, it would be a really good position for them, especially if they have access to a black market. As we take a look at Entropic, a little staggering out here with the frames, but it's okay. They're playing off that low ground, trying to see if they can get the res. Doesn't look doable here as the other side now, trying to play off of that lip by the fence line. It's going to be KCP taking that fight after rotating through staging from the POI of Lava Fisher.
Yeah, it feels like this has really caught them off guard, right? KCP have pretty much eliminated them at this point. They get up the top, but I think it's only a matter of time. Once Zane can pop
probably the
lift again, I would say it's kind of done for them.
They need to, like...
Wait a minute. The height, though? Ooh.
Yeah.
Banks will helping them out, at least try to go for a reset here. KCP playing off the low ground, looking like they're in the Matrix, honestly. The way that they're trying to navigate through this. Nasky literally won on the other side, but it's about
this was the team that lost it the last time. Master Chief
is trying to run for his life, but how does he get there if he doesn't have access to the balloon? His only route, which was right in front of KCP, now has been cut off. And Hayako, with the suppressed fire on the 30-30, has been able to find those shots.
I mean, Nasky almost went down twice. A couple of questionable chows here from KCP.
Red.
I guess they're hoping... Okay, so Thorfinn's dropped here, and now just Piaka up the top looking out for him. A little bit of trouble for those teams. I would have expected that to go KCP's way a little bit further. I think honestly just full send it at that point, right? The ring's coming in. Honestly, even if you lose someone, you've got a respawn beacon nearby that you can make work. But yeah, with element 6 also being eliminated, we've got those teams situated within Lava Siphon now with just a few, as we mentioned, out in Geyser. A couple other teams like rotating in, like Vex. We've got Furia as well as Noctum still hanging around in Skyhook.
All right, guys, just so you guys know, I know it's been staggering a little bit, but this is not affecting the players right now. It's what we're currently seeing. We're getting it sorted, but the game is still going on currently right now. Genome and I do have the information of the map just to let you guys know what's happening here. A lot of the squads have already made their way to Lava Siphon, like you mentioned earlier, Genome, and there is still those 3 squads that are congested together by Geyser. Nobody wanting to take more of that aggressive approach. We now move back in. It's in Tropic. I believe right before we moved out, I believe we did see E6 struggle on trying to come back, so they are out of this lobby. E6 and Certified, the first call we saw earlier, 2 teams that are out of this final lobby.
Somehow, Entropic get themselves out of that sticky situation, you know, very much still in the zone. Might even be thinking about pulling back towards some crafting at some point just to give themselves, you know, maybe some more med kits. I'm trying to look, does staging have one? I don't think it actually does right now, so they might just have to get out of there with the loot that they do have. A couple of syringes still in the bag, but you can see Hyaka there only with 2. Oh, he does have 115 materials though. Okay, so good. Time to replicate here. Might have to pop those syringes first just to be safe, and then we'll see a lot of med kits coming down, I am sure.
That's a smart option. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the banner, and they won't be able to get the respawn. There is no support character right here, too, for Entropic to work with, but this is something that America's used to. Thorfinn as well. They're going to be able to get the craft that they need. He's going to go down, but it's fine. They're going to get the res. He's got 55 materials, but that's why they're here in the first place, right? He didn't have any more syringes, so they desperately needed to get these medkits up for the circle.
Yes, if anyone's wondering, like, why did he let him die there? Why did he go down? Because look, you get some health back from the res, so I think they're really just trying to min-max this here by doing that. And yeah, look, it's going to be a long way back into the zone from them. The circle has shifted to the north of Siphon, like we were expecting, but I think there's still some question whether it will be sort of you know, directly on top of, like within the Siphon POI or across that valley to the north, budget Siphon.
Which would be so chaotic too, because then you have to think about the squads that had tried to avoid Harvester to get to the south side of Lava Siphon, who are going to have to now deal with the squads that are going to be rotating from the Harvester side through that little area, the little alleyway area here too. We can see the action that was going on in Geyser earlier, where we're still seeing that squad loot up with the crafter, with getting some extra med kits here. Moist still taking control over that other building though, on the other side of Geyser, to make sure that Ascend doesn't have an easy time in dealing with this rotation.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to have a chat with the Moist boys later, actually, to work out what their thought process was for this game, because from Overlook, I feel like they should have priority into a Lava Siphon ring here, but they chose not to. And was that we're going to try and gatekeep, which isn't their usual style, a departure from that, or was it, you know, they didn't think they could get in there quick enough? Maybe they don't think there's enough playable spots within Lava Siphon, you know, with the distance they are away. Either way, does seem to be a little bit different from what we usually see from the Australian team.
I was also thinking, like, is it also the pressure that we saw from the other 2 squads that were there as Ascend is rotating away? Yeah, because Ascend could also rotate from the hilltop, then take the high ground, and then since no other squad has been rotating away from Fragment, we really noted that MDY had rotated quick. You could hold the high ground, overlooking a lot of the teams in Lava Siphon. But then, with the circle pulling away from there, if they have that information, which they can, they could see that if they does pull away, they're going to be out in the open on that hilltop, in the line of sight of 4 other squads that have already taken control over those buildings north of Lava Siphon.
Right, so maybe a bit too risky for them to make that play that early. Either way, now we have a look at Ascend here, who are pulling up. So the choke just to the left there, that's where Moist essentially were making, having to make that decision that we've just been discussing, and that will make them the most northern team in the game right now, with the 18 squads left alive. It's been a pretty chill one, actually, to start off here, Vicky. You know, most squads kind of just finding a home, but of course, you know what that means. It's going to be bedlam. It's going to be chaos at the end of this one.
And that's my middle name when it comes to seeing a lot of the action. It's my favorite part of Apex Legends here, as long as I'm not the one on the receiving end, of course. And Ascend holding on to this hilltop, I like this, but again, it's about the information. If you know that the circle is going to continuously pull away, is this the risky spot that you want to hold with other teams that do like to play the edge to fight you for that next circle once it rotates out, which is actually something that knocked them. If you saw that side by side, they were holding that choke point on the other side of where you currently see Ascend, over to the left side too. So Let's see how the Ascend plays this, maybe expecting a squad to try to slow rotate on the other side if they want to try to gatekeep, but it's about holding this high ground that it looks like is their game plan, because then they can also rotate from the left side, take a little bit of circle damage if they want to try to overextend through that entry point.
Okay, we've just had the next circle pull up. It is going dead center. And as a result of that, I believe it's going to be finished somewhere under that crane that you see to the north of Lava Siphon. Of course, that means at the moment, Gambare Otosan, they are in prime position. That said, I mean, it's not the easiest spot to hold. It's not like you've got some real fortifications there. So we'll have to see if they can stave off all comers from all sides, honestly, because there are going to be people posted up all around them at the moment.
It's like literally living off the land in that tiny little building over to the north side of the Lava Siphon area, but then you're also in the line of sight of the squads that could take roof, where you actually see Furia in. You can see Panders taking shots at Ascent from the hilltop, but it's so risky because you're still putting yourself in the line of sight of those squads and the squads coming behind you from Lava Siphon where TSM is rotating from.
Exactly, so you've got to worry about all these different angles, but they have pretty much the best composition to deal with that. Newcastle Watson. Sia, of course, chuck him in there, always pretty much. It'll be great to see some of the overall Legend picks at the end of this, but certainly as the core of that composition pretty much is that Watson Newcastle that allows them to set up on positions like this. We've seen it a couple of times through this series already, where this APAC North team has been setting up on roofs a lot of the time, right? So they'll take the top of a building, which usually people would have too many sightlines on it, but Newcastle Watson allows you to fortify that better than most other teams. So let's see if that works for this crane as well.
First, looking at what the game plan is here, wondering for Ascent, because this is a situation that I was worried about for them in this rotation. We knew that there was already so many teams as the Nemesis tries to blast through the Searit's Furia, who have been in these two different buildings, just trying to hold these two different angles, which is great, because Sarah has a very slight angle over the hilltop, but who has a better angle than him is going to be his Watson and Panders, which, by the way, also seeing the swap up, it's not going to be the Fuse this time around in this final game, it's going to be the Bloodhound for his Watson.
See you later, Moist, by the way.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, they posted up.
That Arc Star.
They posted up in the bridge here that you can see right ahead of you, and yeah, it wasn't the best choice.
It was like a shish kebab. Like a moist shish kebab.
Yeah.
Kind of sounds disgusting, doesn't it? I don't know if I want to eat that, but...
I don't think so.
Fury wants to feast, though. I mean, shooting it to the cat wall, it may not be the Rampart with the Sheila just beaming down, but you got the Nemesis. Works very similar out here. As he's got the height, he's got the advantage. He gets the crack, but there is a Gold Evo shield right at his feet there, so the reset could come quick with the shield cells. Is he going to let him happen, though, as his Watson has the information from the Bloodhound scan here. He's also got the Beast of the Hunt active.
In mobile,
his Ubi-chan has not had a break.
Mobile,
just looking at his Watson has cost him so much material when it comes to shield cells and syringes.
Yep, resources right now. Fnatic options, honestly, I would also say are kind of low at this point because you know, Furia, they're in the power position. They've got the roof there. They're going to try and make the most of that, grab some KP while they can, because they do have to cross that bridge as well. Like, it may as well be Kaza Doom. Like, who is actually going to make it across here? Well, it's going to be a tough call.
As they were able to look at Fnatic here.
Oh, looking at the side by side. Okay, I got a little hint at Nice Wig actually getting really excited. Also talking about Fnatic, which is important. By the way, talk about making up your own cover here with these amp barriers.
Yeah.
MDY White also have the Lobo Black Market over on the other side, so that way they can get extra loot, because they've been holding on to the spot for a bit on the low ground, because if they were playing on the high ground, what's happening in the Riddle Order would happen to them, because there is that spot on the height that will know exactly where they are, and there's another spot by the tunnel area too, the lava cycle.
Not in a great spot here, Yukio. It was all Riddle Order at the start of this series, honestly, but it feels like, even though, look, they're still in third spot, so they go out with 47 points. You know, I think they'll be happy with the series overall, but it might be a little bit of a sinking feeling that, you know, they started so well and they really struggled to finish it off.
They had way too many bugs.
That said,
the bugs were not even like small.
They've only got 22 points, so they are looking to just max that out here in this last game, and you can see them pinging. Here's the people. We want to go in and grab the KP right now. Vexed will be one of their victims.
Thank you for that, but the Horizon Gravity Ult is going to at least try to block that doorway, forcing his Watson to go on the other side of the doorway. sees that the gold knockdown shield is right there, but he's holding onto the doors while the rest of his teammates take different off angles. Zero Tricky is going to try to give him some surprise fire. He loses out on the shield, and so does Panders. Panders cannot reset here. They know that he's playing off the back of the gold knockdown, and Noctum get taken out. Furia now looking to go for the reset. Just 20% into perspective, we got 11 squads left, and it is so split up in this next circle. It's actually insane because there's a good amount of open ground that would expose these teams if they try to overcommit around these corners or the natural cover that these buildings provide for some of these teams.
Furia, they've stormed into that circle and they need to do it again here. Have a look at this. You got so many teams getting posted up here. Watson fences everywhere. That's a lot of space that Gambare Otosan have built out for themselves here. But the circle isn't actually pulling to the crane here. Throw out all that stuff I said earlier. It's going a little bit more south to that. It'll be one of those ones that finishes just to the north of the command building, and that means teams like LG below that could have a good finish to this. We've got Lobas everywhere, by the way, compounding issues in this final circle and phase.
Here get eliminated in the feed, as you can see right there, rotating from away from the entry point where you would see from Harvester was getting called out by KCP, but now KCP is stuck on the other side. Optic Gaming, by the way, actually flying up all the way over here when they have the opportunity, are looking to get the reset. Let's not forget that they rotate away from Big Mod, just trying to go in for the reset as the Newcastle says, get down, Mr. President, hangs on with his ult from the high ground, but you just gave that over to Optic Gaming to work with once that stun goes away.
Does manage to get the reset. All right, this is prime position here. Need to be watching these teams and working out how they can take, maintain control of this space here. LG on one side, outside a little bit more exposed than FaZe on the inside. They will have the slow walk out at the end. Another couple of teams in here. MD White going to go down, and then most of the other teams just have to kind of make it in from the north. It looks like KCP are going to make a late push for it up there, but you've also got Pulverex in a really solid position with Rampart by the looks of it, sort of in the middle.
Yeah, that Pulverex was the team that was holding onto the tunnel from the other side of the Cypher. That's why MD White was forced to hang out on the low ground for the longest time until eventually Pulverex cleaned them up. So now Pulverex was able to move up, get that KP. LG on the other side is going to be able to put some beamage down on the team inside too, as F-Chan gets the knock onto Nasky. KCP desperately having to play from around the circle, taking some of that damage, and now into the line of sight of Complexity and Pulverex.
Yep, see you later. We see Complexity trying to make their way up this hill. Hopefully we don't get Pulverex turning their attention to them too quickly, or Sheila could start doing some serious damage here, but they have to pull out against Gambare Otosan.
He could have clipped him right there. No, the big head's coming in from Complexity. Having to be careful as Drop gets taken out as well. Complexity fighting for the life. It's Monsoon, the last one alive. He's beaming with the R9. He's got to reload. He's got the knockdown shield playing off of it. They're literally one. It takes it away by Pulverex on the other side. The Sheila coming in as well as LD Chivas looking to take the opportunity to avoid TSM in their line of sight with FaZe right behind them.
Okay, they try and isolate the fight here. TSM goes in, catwall down, black hole in. They're doing some good damage, but FaZe, they realize this is their time to clear out their side. They move out earlier than they needed to, and it's not a conservative play from the North American team. They want to put both of those other teams in the ground.
Still with this performance right now, and Fnatic not being here, this means that LG probably is now taking that #1 spot in the overall standings for this group. FaZe now shooting right through the Catalyst wall, having the Prowler in hand as LG do get taken out, but they get taken out in 5th. Let's see how this is going to affect the outcome of the overall standings as Snipedown looking for position but doesn't want to overextend. You got some extra loot here, maybe want to put down a black market if you're suffering, but at the same time, you don't want to just be stuck here while so many other teams are trying to rotate through. F-Chan with the Kraber shot onto Lufka.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice little package weapon for him to use on the top side there. 4 left alive, and FaZe, they kind of let TSM live there. I'm surprised they didn't peek over and cause some real trouble for them, but that means they are still a factor in this last one. Pulverex, they swing around the corner. #1 in the group right now, but can they come out here?
F-Chan is going crazy this game here. They take care of TSM, but they can't live long enough. They give the win to FaZe, taking the final game in this group see versus D lobby, but did you see the amount of KP Etcher alone was able to secure for the rest of his team? Say hello to my little friend. He pulled up that Sheila real quick from the tunnel side of Lava Siphon and cleared out that entire or rather west side of the exit zone that would be forced into the line of sight that they were holding with the amp barriers, with the Sheila, with the Kraber on top of it all, because they also had the fact that they had the black market available to them with Etchan being on that low bar.
Yeah, 14 kills for Pulverex. I think might just net them first place in our first group match up here. That was, of course, Group C versus D. And that's the 6th game there. They're going to FaZe. It was a... I mean, look, they had the position, right? They played command. We got that south zone. South relative to where it was starting off, and yeah, they really played that well, especially their timing of taking out LG. That was critical.
The fact that Pulverex got that KP, they got that placement over LG. We talked about LG real quick about how that spot alone could have put them in first place, but Pulverex doing that final game better probably put them up in first place by like 5 points. I wouldn't even be surprised. Again, that KP alone probably accrued enough points. It's not even just a placement. Yeah, it helps here too, but just with the KP, they would have elevated themselves to probably take that first place spot. Amazing looks with how close head-to-head it was for those top 5 squads before going into that final game.
Next
ending it with a little cherry on
top. is going to play Group A versus Group B.
Yeah, it's nice to see, isn't it, when it's close like that? And wow, that's a fantastic way to start off this LAN tournament.
I love it, and FaZe needed that too. I believe right before that game they were struggling a lot, and then after that win, they've secured themselves, I think, 16th place in the overall lobby for Group C versus D. We're gonna have to check after we see the score in general, but that was so exciting. I mean, really, that's our first group sets already? Like, are you kidding me? So much good Apex out here in LAN. That's why I love being able to see these players in person, feel that energy, see how they are affected by the crowd hype too, because you're under some of these heavy lights, but you know what? You got some more action. I'm gonna throw it over to the desk. That's gonna be it for Genome and I, and we still got some more Apex action for you guys.
All right, great job, Vicky and Genome. Thank you so much for closing out this first group of matches. We gotta talk about what we saw in match number 6, because storylines, they're starting to form. Specifically, we talked about it when we were off to the side there. Pulverex really passive at the beginning half of the day, only going for those placement points. Now, coming up huge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, another thing to point out is after a long day for FaZe, really struggling throughout the whole series, what a way to finish, you know?
It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And they came into map number 6 with 7 points. 7 points, Dia. Now, you know, who only knows what they finished after that, because they needed that win.
Yeah, I think that, I think you can probably speak to this, RK, and the ability to reassess your game plan as the day goes on, especially swapping between them, and stay focused on, especially like your IGL and the game plan that you've developed before the series really helped them there, because honestly, that end zone wasn't anything crazy. It's nothing that we haven't seen before. It's nothing they haven't seen before.
Yeah, of course. Like, I think one of the biggest things about Battle Royale in general is that every game is a new game. It doesn't matter where you're at on the leaderboard. It doesn't matter how the last game went, the game before that, the game before that. Every game is a fresh start, and they really took to that and proved that they could come out on top Game 6 and recover their ability on the scoreboard.
All right, well, you guys are talking about those final moments, a huge comeback for FaZe, even a comeback there for Pulverex when it comes to that aggression. Let's take a look back at the final circle, break it down a little bit for us here, RKM, because there's a lot for us to talk about.
Yeah, this is just a pretty classic kind of execution by FaZe. Pulverex is in a position to just clean up free kills. FaZe is on the other side, controlling the vast majority of the zone, not having to do too much. Really, they're just in the kind of position that they can just sit around, wait for other teams to fight, and then slowly clean it up. And sure enough, like, as they're controlling the height, they're picking off free kills. Pulverex engages on a fight to try and, you know, gain themselves a primary position in the zone, and in doing so, they open up an opportunity for FaZe to move up and ultimately just third party and close this game out.
Well, what's really cool about Pulverex here in this moment, we were talking about it, their drop spot is tree. So they were able to quickly rotate, utilizing the Legend comp, including Loba and Rampart Crypto, getting information, grabbing loot along the way. You see that FGen has the Kraber. He's running Kraber Volt here, and he's just able to pick off frags, do damage while pushing through. As soon as they take down TSM, FaZe Yes comes in and cleans it up, and it was textbook from there, but very well done.
And to speak to the composition as well, it's interesting watching Loba be integrated into this, because Loba's almost taking the place of Valkyrie, just better here, because you can use the ult in order to gather evac towers. It's a big game for them. It's a big day. Glitter?
I mean, looking at these scores, 14 kills go the way of Pulverex. They get the second place finish and still have more points than FaZe, who take home the dub. This consistency is going to be massive for Pulverex moving through the rest of the competition. See TSM up there as well, couple other squads. Second page though, Arcane, any surprises here for you at the end of this first series?
Yeah, absolutely. So something that we talked about in the first half of the series is Starter Fight's performance. Due to their contest on Thermal, they did not close out World's Edge possibly how they would have liked to, losing 2 out of the 3 fights to Entropic at Thermal, and that probably put them much further down the scoreboard than they would have liked after their first half performance.
Yeah, definitely not the way they wanted to bounce back, but lots of teams had some pop-off moments. The 2 wins on Storm Point for LG. We want to see who came out on top in this first series, and it was consistency followed up by aggression, because the winner of this series is Pulverex, coming out on top after a phenomenal Match 6 performance. We'll take a look at the full series results, but that has got to feel good, Dia.
It really does, especially considering how Pulverex entered the world stage, right? They, as a duo, played throughout champs. They looked really good, and to see the team here and able to roll up as a 3-person squad and actually take the first block of the day is really big.
Yeah, it was really big actually, because their Storm Point was anything but special in my opinion, right? And that's uncharacteristic for them, because if you think back to their APAC North and the Split 2 regular season, they averaged 9.7 points per game, and that was far above average compared to how they performed here on Group C versus D. But the tides turned as soon as they went to World's Edge. That's where things started to pick up for them. They had with 3 top 3 finishes, then they doubled down, get double-digit eliminations, and if you think back to the regular season, 6 points per game on World's Edge. I mean, can you kind of allude to talk about that? I know you're a heavy-hitting rotation team when you typically land landslide, but rotating out a tree, talk to me about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So Pulverex really showed their strength and their ability to not only master their macro, their ability to move around the map and hold their positions, which is kind of what they're known for. But they also showed there in Game 6, like we saw, that they are able to clean up and get the kills where they